Hello and welcome at UzChess Cup 2025 here in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. In the studio, we'll be working for you, Kati and Asad. Today we have round 7. So far we have seen everything in this tournament. Amazing game, also some dramas and some nice events as well. We're hoping that we're going to see more of the excitement in the final rounds. And let's now take a look at the standings and also pairings, what we're going to see today.
So, if you look at Masters Group, after yesterday's biggest upset, Abdusattorov Nodirbek's game against Yakubov Nodirbek, right now we have 3 leaders sharing the top spot with 4 points. Erigaisi Arjun, Maghsoodloo Parham, and Abdusattorov Nodirbek. And we have Sindarov Vachier following with 3.5 points. And in the middle of the table, we have Yakubov Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, the tense is still there. We still don't have the sole leader after round 6. In the Masters, but we do have also challengers, quite a strong tournament. And let's take a look what we have over here.
We have quite a sole leader with a 1-point difference, Theodoru Nicholas, and followed by Hong Andrew with 4 points out of 6. And yesterday, we have seen Ivanchuk, legendary Ivanchuk Vasily playing brilliant game against Hong Andrew, the leader, and getting the point and placing himself right in the middle of the table with 3 points out of 6.
Exactly. A lot of things might happen here in this event as well, but we do have a challengers, the sole leader, as you mentioned. Let's take a look at the futures and check it out. What do we have here? Another sole leader here, a point ahead. Here we have on the first position Ortik Nikmatov, followed by Atabayev, Saparmitrat, and we also have Alexev Evgeny with 3.5 points. Seems like in the future and the challengers we have sole leaders, but in the Masters things are more complicated. It's time to take a look at the pairings of the Masters and check it out. What do we have? And we can also check the players, how they are doing today. We mentioned yesterday the key matchup here is Abdusattorov Nodirbek against Maghsoodloo Parham.
Yes.
The battle between 2 leaders. What is your expectations in this game?
Abdusattorov so far has been playing very well with white. And so far he has victories, not even draws yet with white.
3 victories.
Yes, 3 victories. And I would say he would push for the win today as well with white colors.
Indeed, he needs to somehow recover from the painful lose that we saw yesterday. On the other hand, we have Parham, who is also enjoying the tournament. He's in the good shape and he loves to play chess. We can see all the players are pretty much focused on the games. Another matchups are on the first board, Nepomniachtchi against Praggnanandhaa. On the second board, we talked about Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Parham Maghsoodloo. Third board, we have Vokhidov against Yakubov. Another game, a match between locals. We have Sindarov against Aravindh. Very interesting game indeed. And another match that I'm looking forward myself is Rapport against Arjun Erigaisi. We can see Rapport deep in his thoughts already, and Arjun Erigaisi is walking at this moment. So interesting. I'm looking forward to see what we're going to have in the final rounds. So far, we can't even predict who's going to win this tournament.
They are so close to each other. Like, the first 3 places have the same points, followed by half a point away, Sindarov Vachier. And 2 rounds ago, we have seen how Praggnanandhaa was leading the tournament, and unfortunately he got 2 defeats in a row back to back, which is wow.
It is not happening every day
Yeah.
for the player like Praggnanandhaa indeed. But the good thing is that all the players are so much in the fighting spirit, and all of them want to score in the last rounds. Cannot wait to see the final day, who will be crowned as a winner of the tournament. We can see Praggnanandhaa walking down to the game of Arjun Erigaisi and Richard Rapport. We also have Sindarov observing the other game. We have pretty much of the players walking a lot in the playing venue. The reason of that is that they have a lot of time on the clock. Yes. Let's remind once again to our viewers what is the time control. It is a standard time control with 90 minutes for 40 moves for 30 seconds increment per each move. And then we have additional after 40 moves, the player's gonna get additional 30 minutes. But this is a time control only in the Masters, because the Masters tournament is part of the FIRDE circuit, but we have also Challengers and a Futures tournament alongside with the Open tournament. And here the time control is also classical time control, but we don't have 30 minutes additional time after 40 moves, which means these games might end a bit earlier. Right, I think it's time to take a look at the games. Is there any game that you would like to take a look?
So let's have a look at the game of Richard Rapport against Arjun Erigaisi. It's I would evaluate Richard Rapport as a kind of being strong, dynamic player, but at the same time, I would evaluate Arjun Erigaisi being a strategic, positional player. I don't know, I have seen his kind of strategies earlier, but on dynamics, we have seen how kind of masterclass, shown by Richard Rapport yesterday. So let's see where the game is heading. And considering queens out of the board, and the similar pawn structure, I'm expecting more chill game in their game. Yes, in this game, and yeah.
Yeah, it's always very interesting. The moment we think it's going to be equal composition, they are starting to blow up the chessboard. So the most important is that those two players, they want to fight. Exactly. Here we have Richard, who is not having his best tournament, and he wants to score some points back. He's with white pieces. He wants to finish the tournament with a positive rating, for the positive rating. And on the other side, we have Arjun Erigaisi, who was the first seeded, and for him, it is so important to keep his positions up in the FIDE rating list. Let's take a look what has happened in this game at the beginning, how the queens get off the board.
We had knight f3, ready opening, g3, bishop g2, and c4. We transformed into English opening, symmetrical structure, and no, not necessarily symmetrical, we have d5, takes, and d4 strike in the middle. Takes, knight going to b d4, knight takes c6, queen d1, king d1, knight takes c6, and knight c3. I would say so far both of the players are in the theory. There wasn't any deviation or any surprise moves yet.
That's right. Now the question is, where the white king gonna go, because it lost the right to castle. It's going to be a really long way to somehow coordinate with the rook and the king on the h1. In my opinion, this king might just remain in the center. Something like e4, king to e2 is one way to do. Or maybe you want to play e3, king e2, and then develop this bishop from b3, b2. This is one way to treat this position. Another way is perhaps white will think to get this king on c2, although there will be several checks that you have to watch out. Also, bishop f5 will be another check.
Yes. So yeah, possible ideas. You have to manage to get your rooks out as a white, and king is standing right into the middle of it. And you have to find a good spot for your king. I would say king e2 looks more ideal spot. But we have to take care of that bishop first, where that bishop's gonna find its place. And maybe that b3, bishop b2 would be one of the ideas to consider. But the second idea is maybe bishop going to e3 and b3 to make the space for the king to go to b2, actually, safety, and then placing your rooks on c1 and d1 very actively.
Yeah, this is a very nice way to develop. And if White managed to do that, White has very active pieces. Look at this bishop on g2, controlling long diagonal. There's another way to treat this position. I just very quickly moved the pieces, and I was curious, like how White would react if Black plays bishop to f5. Stopping king c2, and I want to castle, and I want to give you a check, maybe even just without castle, just rook to d8. And now White can play very interesting way. You can take the knight on c6.
Leaving opponent with isolated pawn.
Exactly.
And no threats of knight d4 and b4 anymore.
Yeah, so we talked about the advantage of the bishop on g2 in most of the positions, but sometimes you can even give up this bishop to get something even bigger. But when you give up this bishop, then you have to have a full control over light squares. So your next move is f3. To control just the light squares. You don't necessarily want to play e4 next move, because let's say rook to d8 or castle on the long side. You will play king to e1. You'll find the square for this king on f2. And let's say I play e5 next move, I will not play e4, I will play bishop to e3 instead. I'll look for a7 pawn. My idea here is to play king to f2, rook to c1, and start to annoy this pawn on c6. And White is quite comfortable in this position.
I believe one of the reasons why you're not pushing your pawn e4 is you don't want to get d5 for the opponent, where rook d3 comes after he moves away his bishop,
Exactly.
And maybe bishop c4 as well, that would help out. The bishop b4 becoming even more powerful.
You have to be very mindful when you give up your bishop, not to push the pawns forward. We say that pawns are not coming back. Those are only pieces who cannot go backwards. They only go all the way up to the promotion square. But in this case, we know that f3, king f2, bishop on e3 will do a very nice job.
Quite stable, yes. Rook a1, and then you go with knight a4, hitting c6 pawn, placing your knight on, or maybe bishop on c5, exchanging the bishops, and then there is a high chance knight can dominate that bishop in this endgame.
Exactly. So coming back from the current position, what we have, knight c3 has been played. Now Arjun, he has to evaluate that position, and if he wants to avoid the endgame with the ruined pawn structure with 3 islands, as we are calling, he can just play bishop to d7. This is a nice move. It's not a passive move or anything. You just protect this knight, and then you can bring the rook to d8 next move. You can push e6, develop your dark square bishops, and let's just be honest, Black has no issues in this position as well.
Black can do that fianchetto as well, by the way, that g6 and bishop g7, where earlier idea we mentioned that b3 or king c2, king b2, when you develop bishop, would be a bit not ideal, because that bishop would be hitting your king and a knight, skewering those pieces. So both players has to play a bit carefully here. But considering previous idea, I'm now considering safe spot being f2 for the king.
Quite nice place for the king. Yeah, so queens are off the board, but I believe we're going to have a lot of interesting ideas in here. Now let's take a look at the game of the local players, Vokhidov against Abdusattorov. And this is a position that we have already seen earlier, this pawn structure. Actually, yesterday we had Aravindh could take the pawn on g5, but there is a bit of slight difference. Remember, the knight was on a3.
Yes, and bishop was away, there was d6 pawn, and right now there is a chance bishop can get back.
Yes. So let's talk about that point now. After g5, knight g5 is not that powerful anymore, because after taking the pawn, now Black can think of somehow bringing this bishop in defense. And obviously White can still go for this sacrifice, but Black has additional piece on the board.
And the thing is, why computer is favoring so much for White is because White's attack didn't end, because now you can bring pawn f4 and bring the rook into the game, where your main target is not just f6 but that f7 pawn as well. You are threatening to take d4, e5 and go after f7. That's a big threat.
So knight g5 was still an option there.
That was still an option, to go aggressive.
We were so close to have another piece sacrifice here, but we did not get. Do you think in one of the remaining days we might have knight g5 somewhere? perhaps.
Yeah, I mean,
Hopefully.
I know the players well, even in a personal way as well, and I view both of the players, Shamsin Vokhidov and Nodirbek, more of a strategic player rather than dynamic, where they go for dangerous. So that's why I would say it depends player from player. If it was Rapport, I would expect 95 move from him.
Sorry,
you?
I have to do this. I have to do this. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that. It's not obviously they know about this idea,
Yes.
and players are at this level. They have analyzed deeply up to 95. It's not necessarily gives you any advantage or anything, but
It gives
it's
you
another
momentum.
game.
Yeah,
It's another type of
yes.
disposition. Maybe they don't feel to play right now. Anyway, yeah.
I would say if you want to go aggressive, if you feel comfortable on this position, like
Yeah.
Rapport sacrificed the piece and he felt comfortable whole time.
Yeah.
It's not for every single player. You just give away the piece and play without the piece for like 10 moves. There is no expectation of getting it back yet.
Yeah. Those players who analyze the game of Michal Tal, they would understand what does it mean to play without a piece, but just for initiative,
Yes.
right? So they're like some players. They like to they look for the complications, but here these two players just decided to go a little bit easy on each other.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, we have seen quite this structure yesterday as well in the game, and it looks very similar to between the game of Aravindh and Shamsuddin. Yeah.
A very similar structure. All right, let's get to other games too. We have plenty of nice games. A very similar opening between Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa on the first board.
Yes, but we do see bishop on g5. There are no h6 and g5 yet.
Not yet. We might have in this game h6, g5, and then sacrifice.
Maybe.
I really want to see that.
Okay, so let's see. Was the start similar, or was there a little bit of difference? Okay, we had that Spanish variation with Lopez, and we had bishop c5, c3, b5, bishop b3, d6, hitting d4 and a4. Quite nice. And how common is bishop d7 move, or is it just? Let's have a look at the lines. Is it like? I wouldn't say maybe it's on top 3.
Bishop d7.
Yes. Or is it on top 3?
We do have the access to the database, and yeah, it's not very often played move at least in the online chess. Here the main moves are rook to b8, bishop to g4, and bishop usually goes to b7 as well. Yeah. So bishop d7, I would say it's some kind of home prep of Pragg, because look at the time situation. He has more time on the clock than he had at the start. So he was playing on the increment. And the next move, maybe it actually just transposes to rook to b8 line. Yeah, maybe it just transposes to that line. And that's why he was confident to play.
Yeah, more or less maybe. So we have seen bishop g5 move. I guess the proper response to bishop d7, rook b8. And yeah, we did see the exchange of the pawns. I would say that's a kind of transformation to rook b8 line. Just the bishop is again finding itself on d7. So is it more useful being on d7 or on b7 or even on g4? That is immediately pinning the knights, threatening d4 pawn.
Yeah, very interesting. I think we will learn very soon what was the idea behind Pragg's preparation of keeping the bishop on d7. Perhaps he wants to keep the eye on g4 square, as you're pointing out, and to press the center on d4.
So now let's have a look at the game of two leaders, Abdusattorov Nodirbek and Parham Maghsoodloo. And we see very much quite interesting moves so far. I would say we are on Sicilian opening, so yeah.
Yeah, we had time on it.
Queen to c7. Yeah, players are surprising each other with some different lines. But queen to d3, wow, two surprising moves. I mean, queen c7, somehow we do place black's queen on c7 on this
Yeah, it is. I think it's
b6, a6, yes, b5.
most played move here, queen to c7.
You do that.
Yeah, but the queen to
Queen to
d3 is not the most played move. Usually white goes with bishop to e3 or bishop to e2. There's also f4 move that we have seen earlier in this tournament. Queen d3 is actually a very nice idea.
Did we see queen d3 before in one of the games in this event?
Yes, Pragg played queen d3, but it was a different structure. He was playing queen d3, queen e2, just on the way of light square bishop.
Exactly.
Yeah. Queen d3 is some kind of new approach in these days, which actually keeps the eye on g3 square, not necessarily now, but it actually opens up the road for the king to be castled on the long side.
And then considering some f4
you
lines.
can consider f4, bishop e3, and then castle. Usually we have first bishop e3, queen d2, and castle. But these days, queen d3 became a very popular move as well.
So we have seen pawn to a6, guarding b5 square, takes, and we have seen queen taking. So Parham was in a kind of crossroad between taking with the queen or pawn, or we have the third choice that is taking with another pawn.
And he took with the queen. If pawn takes, let's say if b takes c6, one of the main move here is queen to g3, offering the queen trade, allowing yourself to have a double pawn, but this rook on h file is quite strong, and you are very comfortable in this
pushing
endgame.
probably g5. Okay, so we have seen so far queen takes c6 on the board. I would say, yeah, white will do some long castle ideas very soon, developing his bishop out, probably on 4, and then a long castle. But in the meantime, b5 is possible. Maybe he would solve with pawn a4, and then there is an idea of just going for a short castle as well.
I love the idea of a4 here to stop b5, and also black can push d5.
Yes.
So black has to choose either to develop this light square bishop from b6, b7 or d6, and then d7, c6. So this one move a4 stops the initial plan of black to play b5 and to be active on the queen side. And while you play a4, of course, you cannot castle on the short side unless you are looking for
the long side,
complications. On the long side. So after a4, we should expect white to play something like bishop e2, short castle a4, and so on and so on.
But considering black is so slow in the development so far, after a4, depends if b6, still bishop e3, and long castle is pretty much possible because...
Let's make it on the board.
There are no attackers yet,
Yeah, let's make it on the board.
So a4, b6, bishop to e3, so bishop to b7, and long castle. So attackers are there, not it. Maybe rook c8, or maybe knight f6, just go hit that pawn in the meantime. But although there would be some complications, you have to be prepared against e5 move. But e5, knight to g4, hitting that, and you have to get your bishop on safety. So the game looks quite double-edged, but the attack is not on the king yet, But let's go to another move that, like rook c8, bishop b4, almost immediate attacking ideas. But this move, blunders one thing.
Something b5 or d5.
No.
Bishop b6.
Bishop b6, right? Yeah, just kind of, you cannot take it because white is threatening checkmate. So let's have a look at other line, maybe pushing pawn to d6. Still we go the same way, bishop e3. Although just bishop e2 castle quite looks nice because already d6 is almost backwards pawn. But let's say bishop to d7, still long castle, going after getting the d file so far, and let's say rook to c8. I guess you can expect that white king to be in the middle or going for a short castle and then prepare some kind of actions. Yeah, maybe bishop e2, gf4, g4. Yeah.
Yeah, this game has the kind of opportunity to be either very complicated with the long castle of white, or
just
the
short
the
castle.
standard,
Yeah.
yes,
Just
short
standard,
castle.
just go bishop e2. Yes.
We do have a move, and Abdusattorov decided to play bishop to f4.
f4. So yeah, it's just letting b5 happen on the board. And we can probably see that long castle considering he went with bishop f4. Bishop f4 is also kind of saying that d6 is not your line anymore, you know. So yeah. And there is an interesting move as well that is going to bishop b4, on which we probably wouldn't see long castle anymore because the threat is taken doubling up. So probably some kind of maybe just bishop d2 so that you don't get your pawns doubled. Yeah, a4 is still into consideration because it stops b5 move. Yeah, a little bit of kind of backward move we can see by bishop. So if bishop b4, you have to get back. Yeah, if you want to avoid double pawns.
Yeah, this line that bishop f4 has been played, this actually can lead us to some kind of forced line after if Parham decides to play b5 next move. So here white can long castle, and black goes with bishop to b7. Black wants to play next move b4 and take the pawn on e4. So in this line, then we have king to b1.
So letting that happen.
Yeah, you're allowing this happen because, like, actually after b4, you can't even take this pawn at this moment because d7 is hanging. So b4 is one option, but another option which forces the things is knight to f6. And now after e5, you can play knight to d5. You trade this knight.
Queen takes.
Queen goes on e2, hitting the queen. Queen goes on e4. Then again, offering a queen trade.
Yeah.
Black will be very happy to have queens off the board, so that's why queen goes on d2 to attack on d7, and this will lead us to bishop d5 type of position, bishop to d5, and now we might have something like f3, queen a4, b3, queen a3, and c4. And the game is very complicated.
Wow. Yeah. Although c4, you're attacking the bishop, bishop can go back and protect d7.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. And now after this move, white can suggest to get the queens off the board with queen to b2, claiming that in the endgame I have a bit more space.
Yeah. King is a bit exposed still, and this king is safe. Yeah, black has counter chances as well on this game, definitely. Yeah, and this pawn is making d7 backwards, but d7 is well protected by the bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one way to be played. Another way is after b5. If Parham will go here b5, you can just play a3 to stop this pawn.
No b4, yes.
Exactly, and then follow your plan next move.
Just long castle. Yeah, that looks kind of quite nice. Instead of facing your opponent's attacks, you prevent it before happening. Yeah, and this is really kind of smart strategy in chess. Yeah. It is kind of prophylaxis as well. Just your opponent, you're taking care of any opponent's attack before it is even on the board.
Yeah, we're gonna see quite interesting game in here. Let's go back to the game of Rapport and Erigaisi, because you would be surprised to see king on b3.
Wow.
So what happened in this game is after the position we saw last time, Erigaisi thought that maybe it's a bit of issue to ruin the pawn structure, so he played bishop to d7, and Richard here went bishop to e3,
g6, okay,
g6, and king to c2. And after check, he went king to b3.
So bishop e6 check.
And now, actually, you can either come back with this king and just offer a kind of draw to your opponent with
Yeah,
the
but opponent
repetition.
wouldn't be willing for draw if his piece is joining in, you know. There is knight b4 check is coming. So
Yeah, it's kind of like
and then king on d5, rook d8.
offer to repeat the position, but white can actually just play here king to a3,
Yeah,
which looks a little bit awkward because you're just stepping on the diagonal, but so far the pawns are not allowed to jump over the pieces.
Yes.
So e pawn cannot really go forward, and this is the square that king can be safe.
Yeah. Looks like
And let's say bishop goes back on d7 to prepare e5 next move. Now what you're gonna do here is b3.
b3.
And after e5, you hide the king on b2.
Safe spot. So yeah, we can see Richard is thinking, and I have one statement that probably Richard Rapport, I mean, Richard Rapport is a very dangerous player.
Richard Hoodie.
Richard. Yeah.
That's true.
Because from yesterday's kind of style,
There's a Robin Hood, right? Richard Hood could be a chess villain.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like, yeah, from yesterday's style, I'm like, yeah, there would be something magical we would see in Richard Rapport's game, and as expected, he delivered amazing game yesterday.
So what was that? I talked with some of the players after the game, and they said it was one of the best games they have seen. But I was so surprised how Richard was
Just calm, yeah.
yeah, I played a normal game.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we do have Richard at his best yesterday. We hope to see also some more excitement. And it's so funny that the players like Richard, he doesn't need, and Arjun also, they don't need queens to do the magic on the board. So I think this game will actually gonna go further. The game we have not seen yet is Sindarov against Aravindh. Let's take a look at that.
Okay. An interesting structure we have. I guess we are in King's Indian opening so far. Let's have a look. c4, d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3. Yeah, Aravindh had the chance to go for dragon, but depends on his playing style. He went with bishop g7, fully King's Indian, e4, d6, and we have seen bishop e2 and knight f3 variation by Sindarov, Vachier. And we had e5, d5 move, closing the center, a5, getting the knight to c5, because after d5 you want to place your knight on c5, and a5 is so that there is no any b4, kicking the knight out. After bishop g5, we have seen h6, bishop e3. Oh, an interesting approach, you know. So
yeah, usually what you can see here is to play bishop e3 first, invite knight g4, and then you go bishop g5, hitting the queen. You go with f6. Bishop can either go on h4 or c1, and this is one of the main theory line here. But the theory goes so far, and the players already know so much theory. Very often it's not interesting for them, so they are looking for some new ideas. And white actually started to first provoke the h-pawn, so bishop to g5, h6, and now he went to e3. And I believe that after knight to g4, he would also planning to
just
go
move away, maybe,
on
or
d2, yeah,
or just on c1.
on c1, yeah.
d2 or c1, and yeah. It's a little bit difference in the game where pawn is on h6. Maybe he would have some opportunity to attack this. Yeah,
I was just wonder what happens after f5 here if black managed to push the pawn. What would be the white's idea?
Yes.
So you can play h3 here.
Kick the knight out.
And then take the pawn on f5, and after this trade you want to recapture it back with the pawn to have a strong center. And now you play queen to c1. Looking for h6
And
pawn.
if f4, g3, yeah, just hit that.
Yeah, f4 usually gives up the control over e4 square.
E4 square.
Yeah, and g3 is a nice move to be played. But as you can see here, the king is in the center, So we don't recommend you
Oh,
guys
yes,
to play
yes.
this
Get
without
the
home
king out.
preparation.
Exactly, exactly. It looks so dangerous, but so interesting, but so dangerous because Black has an idea of pushing e4 and e3 actually, and then take that pawn, make his pawn on e3. Just you go here, e3, you take. So bishop is not open yet, but the game is quite wild. Yeah.
It's quite wild. Another idea, because we were asking why h6 is needed for white to be there. So this is the kind of hook for white. So after queen to c1, you attack the pawn, and the most natural move is king to h7 to guard this pawn, not to change the pawn structure, right? And now white has this powerful idea of g4.
g4, opening up the rook.
Yeah, if you take this pawn, then my rook gets into the game, knight g5 will be with a check. Good luck to survive here, because my next move is bishop h6. You cannot do that. You have to close the center, and it's a bit different because my pawn is already on g4. I cannot play g3, but I have a powerful move g5.
You're going all in.
I'm going all in, and after taking on g5, I even have move like queen to c2.
In between.
Between move, I want a long castle. I want to bring rook on g1.
You're not rushing to take? Yeah.
Let's say very interesting line after king to h6. Is that possible too?
Yeah, protecting the pawn.
Yeah.
I guess you can take your
Just
time and do just your long castle, get that rook in. Yeah.
Yes. So white's king is quite safe compared to the black's king, and white has some targets on g5. Light squares are also quite weak. So this is the ideal position for a king's Indian player.
Yes.
But as we have to repeat, guys, don't play if you are not prepared for this line, because it can go either way.
We have seen that King's Indian game yesterday in Prague and in Richard Rappers, where it was the other way around, where Richard Rapper was attacking with black color. And as we can see here, white has higher chances of attack if this game unfolds the way we have covered. But of course, Aravindh went for a more stable game with just knight to a6, getting his knight to c5 square. c6, we have seen g4, anyways, dynamically by Sindarov, pushing forward. The next move probably we can expect even g5, so knight going back to d7, h4, knight dc5, and h5. Wow.
Yeah, nice way to play.
Very nice, very interesting, because if you want to go g5, you're leaving f5 square.
And I'm going to play knight to f1 right away, knight to 3, and I'm going to go for this square. Then white will keep the king on the king side, something like
Even short castle is fine, because how black is...
Yeah, and it seems that black has now more pieces coordinated on the queen side, with knights, both of knights on a6 and c5 in a pawn. But in the long term, when white's king is safe, you can bring rook on b1, you can play a3, b3, b4. Eventually, you can make black cannot stop b4 happening in this type of positions if white wants. So what white is doing is, white is closing the king side now, stabilizing the center, and white knows that there is an advantage on the queen side, and if it happens, if the position gets closed, it will be one-sided game. It will be white actually attacking on the queen side.
Yeah. Shall we take one challenge for the viewers, today?
Yeah.
And we have seen several days that Ivanchuk walking by the camera, quite a lot of time. Should we have a challenge of counting how many times we're going to see him today walking?
Someone count for us.
Someone count for us, because, I'm expecting more than 100,
Really?
Yeah, because considering, let's say, 3-4 hours, considering we change the camera angle again and again,
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good.
Yeah.
Someone can do it for us. We will see. But what we have noticed is that the players who have a good position, they enjoy to walk. They enjoy to walk. Also, looking forward to see the polls running in our YouTube and Twitch channel. Usually, our moderators are quite creative to create the polls, so we can have some questions to be asked. This is g5 is not on the board, right? Bishop d7 has been played in the last position, and the position is still on the king side is dynamic. My question is, what if I take the pawn on g6 and then on h6?
Yeah, considering that it's like black is just letting white to take the pawn. Wow. And then letting the pawn, another pawn as well. And it turns out black's idea is just kind of even exchanging the bishop, after which you're attacking the rook, and no pieces can help out the rook, to stay at its aggressive choice. And probably the best square you can go back is rook to h2, defending that f2, stopping that queen f6 ahead of time. But because your pieces are still not developed, black can try to just play simply and exchange the rooks, because his pieces would be ahead. And will you be able to castle on time? That's also another question. And where you want to place the queen to make your castle. If you go queen c2, you will be hit with knight to b4.
Yeah, it's so funny because if we look at this position, white had the attack few moves back, and now attack is fully gone. And that was only cost of one pawn.
Exactly.
In fact, now black has some holes on b4, on d3, f4, f2 is a target. There is a very interesting line, maybe if we can show that. Instead of rook to h2, if white plays inaccurate move here, rook to h1, then there is a tactical motive here, bishop to g4.
Takes.
You're sacrificed on a piece, and when white takes it back, I want to play knight d3. So if you take, I'll play knight to d3, and now after rook king to e2, there is a checkmate in a few moves.
Yes,
Take, then you play knight to b4, and then
your
what's
rook
the
is
move?
under attack.
Queen f6.
And no, it's just whoa.
Queen b6.
Go to from the diagonal, protect your rook, and yeah, it's a checkmate. But it turns out white has one move c5 to give up one more, and you are making the checkmate on the board. But even queen f6 would win. Oh, wait a sec. You are two pieces down, so you gotta be careful when you're doing that queen f6. Yeah.
No, queen b6
Queen
is
b6.
the move we play here. You don't consider any other moves. So
Just keep things forced.
that's kind of sneaky move by Aravindh to play bishop to d7, and at least sparing some time of Sindarov's clock. Obviously Sindarov's considering now this move.
Yes.
Context of bishop h6.
But his coordination of the pieces would be looking really, really bad. So probably the best decision is still, I would say, get your rook active, but don't go for bishop h6, because you would have a quite trouble in coordination of your pieces. So he has to do something to coordinate the pieces more and more effectively, and they get that king long castle.
Yeah, I was thinking one way is to go take, but eventually I'm happy if you close this.
G5.
Yeah. So how about I play only a3 now in this position, control b4 square. I prepare queen to c2, and then when I'm ready to castle and bring the rook on the g file, then I can take on g6 to keep the to keep the threat on the board.
But once you long castle, the question is, what if he just
No. When I play queen to c2, then I take the pawn and then castle. Yeah.
Then can take it. I see. Another idea interesting is we see quite often, that is when pawn is hit, you hit with another pawn, and here at this moment, pushing pawn to even g5.
Oh, I love
hitting
that.
the pawn with pawn.
I love that. So nice. You know what? For a few years, I have not seen King's Indian at the top level like this. And one of my favorite openings is King's Indian because it's double-edged, you know? When your opponent plays King's Indian, either you win or you lose. And even if you make a draw, it's going to be a very interesting game. And I'm super excited to see this opening coming back to fashion at this point. And we have few games at a high level, then they are bringing King's Indian back to life. And the players and the chess fans remember how good Kasparov was at King's Indian and how beautiful his games were in this opening.
Exactly. Wow. So G5's idea has a clear, you want to go after H6. If takes, because your pawn is protected, and you can just go knight to F3. Go after G5. If G4, you go forward with knight to G5. You're pretty much aggressive. If F5, you just take H takes G6. And if king was long castled, or even if king was out, there would be the idea of getting your queen to H7. And considering there is queen e7 move, but if there was knight on e7 or queen was already on b6 square, let's say if your castle is away, there would be idea of rook h8, queen to h1, queen to h7. But of course, we know that idea is not effective. It's just queen e7 and stops everything. But still, would be a wild game.
Indeed, it will be a wild game, and so far we don't have much of the changes on the board. In the game of Richard Rapport and Arjun Erigaisi, we do have king on e3. I suggest to keep this position on while we are going to take our first break, and the viewers will see the progress of the game if we're gonna have some more moves. And guys, by the time we're back, we're gonna be moving to the challengers tournament, and we're gonna figure it out what is the situation in the tournament. It is also a very important event for the players because the winner of the challenger got the right to play in the Masters. So this is a huge ticket to the one of the most prestigious chess tournaments in the calendar that we have. So guys, we're taking a short break right now. We'll be back with more games in the challengers. Please don't go anywhere. You got We're back. This is the 7th round of UzChess Cup 2025. We do have 3 tournaments running at the same time. We have covered the games in the Masters tournament. Now it's time to take a look at the Challengers event, which we have a lot of well-known faces, including the legendary Ivanchuk. And here we just walked into the game, which has a brilliant move. Let's take us through what is happening here on the first board.
So yeah, let's have a look from the opening, but it looks like so far it's within White's preparation. I just looked at the time, it's 1 hour and 24 minutes. Wow, and Andrew Hong with Black has only 52 minutes, which means more than 30-minute difference here on the clock. But let's see how did we reach to this position. So we had E4, C6, D4, D5. So we had a Caro-Kann variation, we had Knight F3 and Bishop E2 variation of the Caro-Kann. So C5, Bishop to E3, takes, Knight to E7. Knight going to D2, Knight to C6, Knight to F3, defending E5 pawn. Against Knight on C6 attack, so we had Bishop to G4. So far it was the main line, and we had Castle. And here is the thing. White thought and took quite much time. So far, those moves have been done within a minute by each side. And this was the first time White took over 3 minutes to make that castle move. But we can just speculate this was just kind of recalling the opening, you know?
Yeah, because it's not too much time to think for the plan, but he was just remembering the lines and move orders.
So we had Bishop takes F3, Knight takes F3, Knight to G6, and C4 striking in the middle.
That's very interesting because you're basically sacrificing the pawn on E5, right? Did that happen in the game?
Yes, I guess we have seen Knight on E5 earlier when we got into the position. We had C takes D4, Bishop C4, Bishop E7, so there was not an immediate capture because there are some Bishop B5 threats. But let's have a look clearly. What exactly takes? Yeah, there is Bishop B5 check. If you go Knight D7, it's just Queen A4. Rook is kind of getting in. Yeah, you gotta be very, very careful. Or even just Queen D2 maybe building up. But let's have a look at that line on the board. Either way, Queen moves away, but let's say just on this square, A6, hitting that. And do you know what's a brilliant move here?
Bishop B6.
Exactly. Bishop to B6.
I love that.
Get that queen out, and you are getting to checkmate. You're just staying with
that's
queen.
a beautiful tactic. Very, very beautiful. And when the queen goes on C8 to move away, then you bring the rook also in the game.
C1, yes.
Oh, I love it.
So that's why it was not wise for Black to capture E5 pawn.
Can we also see what happens instead of taking on C4 if I capture that pawn instead of D takes C4? Yeah.
Immediately.
What happens in here?
Yeah. Okay. So takes. So we have seen that Bishop B5 move earlier, but we don't have Bishop B5 move anymore on this position. So maybe we have to go and set up that position with that take so that Bishop B5 is possible.
And after taking on D5, let's say by queen,
By queen, and now we don't have Bishop B5 because queen is taking. However, we have alternatives to Bishop B5. That is queen going to A4. And if queen D7, we have that Bishop B5, Knight C6, and then White is just developing fast and getting the Rook C1 and even Rook C6 because after B takes C6, it's just Bishop C6 and you're getting the extra material. So
yeah. Very sharp position for Black, and there's a few chances to survive in that position. Mainly, you can just count on your opponents not to deliver the proper plan here, but better not to. Okay, so this was probably the calculation of White, and that's why it was the pawn was sacrificed. Let's see a few more moves to see the kind of current position.
Bishop C4, Bishop E7, Queen to B3, okay. So there was no e5 capture, and queen to b8, pretty much adding more attackers on e5 so that he can comfortably take, and he's not far away from castle, which means those bishop b5 queen e4 move could be neutralized quite immediately with just castle. So we have seen knight to d4, and considering knight moved away, there is no knight captures back or anything. Black thought that he can comfortably capture pawn on e5, and we have seen bishop takes e6 move.
Oh my goodness! Just to sacrifice like that.
Yeah, just get that momentum. If f takes e6, it's, I guess, knight takes. There is no castle opportunity. You're hitting pawn on g7 right now. Well, I guess, yeah, here there is no castle because king is just cut off.
Let's say bishop f6.
Bishop f6, protecting. And in the meantime, maybe white can play a bit simple, getting his rook there and go f4 and open up and hit that king. Although white sacrificed the piece, black's pieces are quite much sleeping, I would say, you know, especially a8, rook b8, and h8 cannot join into the game that soon. Yeah.
Yeah, and white has also got 2 pawns for a piece, which is a very good compensation already. It's 1 pawn actually.
1 pawn, yeah,
one
because
pawn.
he lost on e5 earlier
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
But because of the activities of the pieces, you don't see a clear plan when the king will be hidden. There's also queen on b3 controlling this long diagonal. And white has more than enough pieces to start the strong and powerful attack on this king side. So bishop e6 is on the board, of course. So black is not forced to take this bishop at this point, but we do have, for instance, knight to d4 move. Let's say what happens if the trade
So takes, and then we're gonna take this, yes. Because it's less pieces on the board, you know, it can be protected much better. Okay, knight is under attack. If knight moves away, g7 pawn is dropping. So we can say black has to protect that bishop, that knight with bishop f6. Oh, wait a second, bishop f6 is not even possible. What am I saying? It's just
pinned,
so it's just a pin. So, yeah, more or less you have to move away the knight. So
knight to6 or knight to
knight
six.
to 6 or g6, protecting that, and you drop that g7 pawn, and rook g8 is not even an option.
Yeah, no, this is very bad position. You bring then rook on e1 to pin the bishop as well. There will be something like f4, f5 or h4, h5 to also annoy this knight, and white has just so pleasant position. Wow, bishop e6 to be a very powerful sacrifice in this opening, in this position.
But with black so far, you didn't lose anything, you know? You can just go castle and just continue the game as well. Bless you.
Yeah, guys, I'm not sick or anything. It's just the allergy or whatever I have. So I have to point out. Just sneezing. And on top of that, to my defense, it's really hot outside, and we do have a lot of AC inside. So living in Poland, I barely see AC throughout the whole year. Can you imagine in summer we don't use any air conditioner or any fan or anything? It's just so chill there. So
quite nice that it's like it doesn't get that much hot, yeah. But in the winter, does it get cold or not that cold?
Very cold.
Very cold at that moment. Yeah. Do you use ACs or no?
In summer we have heating. Obviously we need heating. But it's not so bad actually, like you're getting used to it. But in summer, the temperature is like 25, 26.
Degrees Celsius?
Yeah, of course we have some time when we have hot days. And we do have, of course, ice cream to cool down. We do have a lot of fountains outside, so you can just walk through and have some nice sprinkles of the weather. But I don't even know where's my remote of the AC to start, so I have never used it. And yeah, coming here from cold Poland, 40 degrees, this like balance of outside too hot and inside chilly is a bit an issue. But I know that some of the players also have that in mind, because like Richard said that he wants to walk outside, but it's really hot, and he was just waiting for the evening to cool down in temperature. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so in the meantime, let's have a look at other games. So we have on the second board the only female player of the tournament, Gulurpegin Tokhirjanova against Vitali Cebuk. And
Yeah, to talk a little bit about her, we know that there are three sisters in the family who all of them play chess at very high level. Herself, Begim is international master, and I remembered she was one of the stars in the chess world a few years ago. And then she moved to US to study at the university and was representing the US Federation, but we learned that last year or this year she changed back to her federation. So here we have her, and another sister is an arbiter in this tournament.
Yes.
So I like,
yes.
yeah, I like that. And the third sister was visiting. Was a visitor.
She is also woman grandmaster.
Yes. Yeah, I know them quite well because we played a lot of tournaments when we were kids together. So I always envy for those siblings who have chess players at home. You know, you can play. You know it yourself quite well. You can play. You can have a little competition your own at home, and of course you can also support each other. So I found it a precious thing to have chess players at home.
Yeah. So looking at her game.
You were like, oh yeah, like this sound came so natural from you, like, oh yeah.
So
you play a lot of chess at home.
Yes, well, we did play a lot of chess at home. Yeah, when I was young. Yeah, we even have a kind of knockout competitions, you know, because I mean my brother Jahongir is the grandmaster, but besides that, I have even elder brother.
Yeah.
He reached candidate master level. He is over 2100 rated as well. So.
Yeah. And you have the
younger brother.
Younger brother.
Yes,
like
he's be the master.
There are three brothers.
Four brothers.
Four brothers.
Yes.
And also your father.
My father is grandmaster. Yes, also.
So all full team for the Olympiad. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. So which means having three brothers, overall four boys in the family. Let's say when we kind of play chess, we have that knockout, you know, competition way. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's pretty cool. All right. In this tournament, your brother is actually playing in the challengers, right?
Yes.
So let's take a look at this one, and we can maybe go forward to see what's happening.
Let's have a look at this game. And right now we can see Sicilian dragon unfolding, but White decided to go more neutral and go for castle rather than aggressive. And usually we do see f3 structure, but in this game we see f4 and pawn on h3. Yeah, f4 has its own benefit of being aggressive, but the drawback is you have to take care of any kind of e4 pawn and be careful of this kind of long diagonal and the g3 square, which can be a bit dangerous in the long term. Black just did the idea of a6. There is kind of possibility of b5, but you are taking care of it. But you gotta be careful. That's where kind of e4 pawn becomes weak as well. Yeah. So let's have a look how the game unfolded. So e4, c5, knight h3. Oh, we had bishop b5. We didn't have actually natural dragon variation. We had what we call Rossolimo.
Rossolimo, yeah.
Rossolimo variation, and we had a4. Wow, that's how pawn ended up on a4. Knight to f6, knight to c3, knight to c6, and that's where kind of the slow transformation happened. Pawn to h3, bishop e3, castle. So yeah, it's not necessarily White had a choice of going aggressive and going with the main line of dragon, because it wasn't technically a dragon, but a transformation to dragon system. So castle, a6, bishop going back to e2 safety, rook to c8, quite a natural plan here. You're putting your bishop on d7, getting your rook on c8, usually knight e5, knight a5 as well, some of the ideas, or knight capturing d4, setting your queen on a5, bishop on c6, could be another idea. So rook to, wow, rook to e8, very smart and sneaky move. So it's a kind of, on the long term, you want to protect this pawn and have that you're taking care of any kind of knight d5 or knight d7 in between checks. Usually, let's say queen on a5. Let me just go to the variation. Takes. Let's say takes. White has that knight d5 move, and if queen takes d2, you go into knight e7, and then you getting extra pawn as white. So rook e8's usual idea is to prevent any of those possibilities. So black played, Vitaly Cebuk played rook to e8, and we had rook a d1, getting the rook on semi-open file, queen to a5, and pushing pawn to f4. Here black can place his queen at very ideal square of b4, interestingly, and yeah, white has to be careful on that e4 pawn. I'm mentioning it several times because that's weakness, you know. That's,
I think you have dropped it several times in your own games. That's why
no, I played actually this opening a lot with black.
So you won a lot of fun.
So yeah, I kind of know this structure, and I kind of like this structure. Yeah.
You know what? This game is indeed very interesting, and we're gonna have a lot of fireworks in here. But we do already have fireworks in the game of Battle Ivanchuk and Ma Qun. I suggest to go there.
Whoa!
You are interesting.
Rook on h2.
Yeah, look at this, rook to h2. But it was actually one f4 opening, which is a bird opening.
Oh.
And Ivanchuk just went for it. I don't really see a bird opening being played at this level, to be honest. I thought it was a joke usually in the internet, but let's see how the game actually
So
continued.
f4 d5, knight f3, bishop to g4. Wow. So it's kind of inverted Dutch Trompowsky variation. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a Dutch because after a few moves, black actually gave up the bishop for the knight. That is very typical idea for Dutch.
Takes and pawn to e6, d3,
Knight
knight
c6,
and
g4.
g4. Wow.
Losing no time, because we said earlier that he's walking today at the beginning, so now we know why he was walking. He was feeling very comfortable in this position. Black actually played here knight to b4. Very interesting idea to hit the pawn on c2. And Ivanchuk played rook to h2. That's how the rook got in here.
Yeah. It's just protecting the pawn on c2. All the computers say mistake kind of thing, but
I like this
again,
move,
yes, I
actually.
like this move. It just makes sense because you're not intending to short castle, you know? You're not, your goal is not to keep your rook on h1. Yeah, he's like, but at the same time, he's making his idea clear that he wants the long castle, you know?
Exactly. He wants a long castle. You basically, maybe it's good to have this rook on h2 because it will just be more mobile to go on the queen side as well if you need to open up the d file.
Doubling up your rook, yeah.
Yeah, then we had a c5 in this position, we had e4, and after this one we do have h6 on the board. Talking on the time situation, we actually have pretty much the equal time at this point, and I see that after knight b4 was the move that black thought a lot in that position. 21 minutes.
Wow.
Yes, that's pretty much. And from Ivanchuk's side, he burned the time on the clock when he
played rook h2.
Rook h2, he spent about 7 minutes, but the next move e4 was the move that he spent most of the time, and this is 14 minutes.
Maybe he was considering between like should he strike and go for g5, you know, because it looks like he's already on that structure.
So currently we have this position in online database. I don't have any games to suggest here. Pretty much.
But where did they have deviation? Let's say on pawn d3 move.
Yeah, that's what I have in the database. They were like more moves being played, mostly probably in the Blitz game. I have the access only online database. There might be some classical chess games too, but I have a feeling that we don't necessarily have this very kind of position ever played before. So yeah, very interesting game. We're gonna keep the eye on this one, how it's gonna continue. They just basically play this one 10 moves. We might have interesting position, but also quite heavy time pressure if they continue to think and burn so much time on the clock. Moving forward to just cover every game in here, we can go to the third board.
So we have two Uzbekistan players, Vokhidov Jahongir playing against Muhammad Zohid Suyarov. And the game looks, yeah, quite interesting. And black had a bishop pair. White is intending to exchange that bishop pair, but at the same time, black put his pawns on g5, hg5 and a5, which means white would have that f5 square.
Square. I like that that idea of bishop g4 latest move. You just take the light squared bishops off the board, and then with knight to f5, you are bothering the king side as well. Then queen h5 might come. You're bothering the bishop on d4 as well, and basically you also control d5 pawn in the center. So white has a slightly pleasant position here after bishop g4.
Let's have a look. How did we reach to this game? So we had, look at that. Quite common, quite like typical opening of this tournament, of this event, I would say. Yeah. c6, bishop to g5, h6, and we have seen the variation where white goes to bishop g5 and gives that bishop away. It's bishop f6. So we have e3, bishop e2. So it was basically, they were out of opening at this moment.
No. This is, I think,
this is still
yeah,
opening?
yeah, it's
Still
opening. Yeah.
Okay, bishop e2, castle, d takes c4.
I don't know about d takes c4, but I know that at some point black has to get this queen back on d8 because this queen is not standing well here.
And this structure is in the opening, getting the pawn
Yeah, you
e6
can
and
play
g6.
like that. Bishop g7, castle, and at some point you have to find a better square for the queen. But it's interesting how black actually decided to take the pawn on c4. What was his idea after taking?
Take, white
E4.
played e4,
Yeah.
getting to the center. And I believe it's a middle game. Yeah, it's kind of both players are already out of opening knowledge. And I would say so because it turns out after e5, white thought quite much, close to 10 minutes to make that pawn to d5 move. So castle, d takes e4, e4, e5. Black is getting to the center. We have seen d5, knight to b6, knight to d2. So white temporarily gave that pawn away on c4, but he's taking it back right now. Bishop to c5, knight takes c4, castle. Rook to c1. The position was not as kind of, black didn't have huge weaknesses earlier on, it turns out. At somewhere he pushed g5.
Yeah, I wonder, let's see how g5 actually landed on the board.
So rook to d8, king to h1. And pawn to g5, so it was willingly, so it was maybe against some f4 ideas?
Yeah.
F4,
So after king to h1, it actually just shows that white is ready to play f4. And probably black's worries here were like after f4, you also have e5 coming and controlling the
maybe
center.
knight getting to f6.
Yeah.
Several ideas.
So that's why g5 has been played, and also probably black didn't felt any danger on the king side attack wise, but then we have a very powerful knight jump.
e3.
If you take this knight, I will open up my
Yes,
f-file, and now the
yeah.
weaknesses on the king side is visible. You're gonna get bishop to h5 next move, and look after f7 pawn. So this is not possible to take on e3. And then next move we have bishop to g4.
d4, and we have bishop to g4. Going for the trade, and yeah, I like white position. Even after takes, I'm willing to take with the knight. And then if we do see the exchange, this knight feels a lot better than this bishop. The other way around, I want to make the colors. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a funny looking position because both of the players have very strong piece in the
Center.
in the center, knight outpost, but knight is more tricky piece. Knight controls, knight can create a little bit more danger to the opponent, and most importantly, the king is exposed on the for black because of this g pawn.
But how you want to strike G pawn?
Even this pawn is no, don't strike the g pawn. There's a weakness on the light squares.
Right.
But the thing is that even the pawn is on g7, knight would be still much stronger than the bishop, because the bishop attacks b2 and f2 pawn, which is easily possible to guard, and the knight is creating way more danger, like some checks on e7, some c7 squares, f6 square is also controlled.
Yeah, white position looks quite nice actually here, yes. But he has to figure out how to actually convert this game, strike.
Yeah, exactly. I think the point also being that you control c file. At this point, it is the only open file the rooks can enter, as the file is closed. Queen from g4 controls c8 square as well. So what white gonna do is to play b3 to make sure that he's not dropping the pawn, and the next would be rook to c7.
But here is the thing, yeah, right now it's black's turn, and black has an interesting move of queen e6, trading the queen so that knight doesn't remain on d5. And as white, I would say you shouldn't trade the queen, you should just put it back somewhere to save.
Queen e2 and guard also the pawn on
yeah.
b2. And yeah, once again, if after one move, now we can see.
Wait a sec, you can just move away because you have knight e7 on the board.
Yeah, that's my point, that even after one move, we can see now the strength of the knight, and knight c7 creates the threat. I was just wondering, can we just take the pawn and play knight to c7? Let's make it on the board. Queen e6, pawn takes f6, and e6, and knight to c7.
Okay, you're dropping bishop of b2 as well.
Rook to c8.
Rook to c8, okay.
And knight e6.
Guess bishop b2, time, because you're hitting, although you're getting hit. Okay. And you're indirectly defending, and here these pawns together can actually reach quite kind of close.
But do I have some kind of ideas like knight d8, knight b7?
Yeah. Just make sure your knight is not trapped. Yeah, we gotta be careful. It cuts off. But we do have knight a5 to b3.
Perhaps this is not the ideal for white, even white has an extra pawn, but there is an issue on the back rank. Black has more strong rook, active rook, and there will be rook c2 kind of ideas. And perhaps there's a way to hold this position, and you don't need to trade so many pieces.
So you shouldn't be always greedy for the pawn, you know. You see, things can turn like, oh, you can give away opponents so much momentum to fight you back and even get a little bit of advantage. So that's why, yeah, it is better to keep the queen somewhere you can organize your attack on. Yeah, and at this moment, b2 pawn feels safe. You can just move away to queen g3. Bishop b2 happens. Besides going to knight to c7, white can just attack first and then go reach to that c7.
Exactly. Let's take a final look at the final game. Nijat Abasev against Nicholas Theodorou, who is a sole leader in this tournament, has really good tournament. He has won 4 games and has made 2 draws. This is pretty nice and impressive standing. Let's just analyze this game, not to go at the beginning, because we do have some more moves in the Masters.
Looking at this position, black's pieces develop quite well, while white's pieces are still in the consideration of getting developed. I like black's position, how he managed to develop so fast. Wow. I want to have a look at the why
happened. Yeah, but
why
let's do it very quickly, because we have to go back.
Late, and let's have a look quickly. And we had that modern opening of the queen d2 a6. Okay, we have seen a4 move, mentioning as a mistake, but the primary goal is to stop any kind of b5, which is quite a common idea here. And we had some d5 strikes, e5, knight going to g4, hitting the bishop, and t5, striking in the middle, not giving time for white to make a comfortable development move. So we have seen h3, takes, knight to c6, another very fast development. Okay, giving up the pawn, but wow, you're giving up the pawn, but you're getting, wow.
The pawn on f2 and pawn on b2 are also hanging. and you are giving up your piece. Actually, I can take the knight on g4, but after queen to b2, you are dropping back the knight on c3 or the rook on a1.
So interesting opening and so dynamic play by Nicholas Theodorou. Bring the queen to d2, and then he got that pawn back, and if knight d5, queen to d8, and that's how he achieved so much lead in the development. So we had the rook d1 and castle right now. Wow.
Yeah, very interesting position. There's this hole on b6. Maybe white can set up some kind of play, and white has to develop the king side as fast as possible. This is currently the position in the challengers, and now we're heading back to the masters, and we're going to take a look at the leaders game, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Parham, Maghsoodloo. The game is actually very interesting. We have seen here white castled on the long side, and also bishop on d6 stands so nicely, just controlling whole board.
So let's have a look back. What happened? Black's pawn is already on b5. So bishop a4, knight to e7, developing his knight. So castle b5, pawn to h4, bishop b7 and h5. Rook to d8, queen to d4, not letting any development, f6 and bishop d6. So basically what is white doing is taking away black's possibility of even considering any castle. But even though kind of castle would be bad, yeah. So if knight to c8, he's gonna be taking, and you have to take either with king or a rook, which means you are not allowed to castle anymore with black. Yeah, it's just against rules, you know, you cannot go back and castle. Yeah, you touch your king, you touch your rook.
Yeah, but you can play rook to f8 here and then play king f7, king g8. And honestly, being the Sicilian player, I realized the king in the center is much safer than on the side, which is so ridiculous. But you can handle that position. For me, the interesting was the decision of Parham when he played knight to e7. Back then, I think that's when the problem started for him. Because knight to g6, I would say that he wanted to play something like knight to7, knight to 6 to get rid of this bishop, but next he did not do it. So next move he played b5, and in Sicilian to play very fast, you're playing to play b5 to start the counterattack is crucial. So this, I think 97 was a bit inaccurate.
Yes, because probably he realized a little bit late maybe, if knight g6, bishop just goes back, your knight is in danger getting hit by either h pawn or f pawn, so on which you might end up losing some tempo and give opponent fast development.
All right, and the current position after bishop to, yeah, I like this h5, h4, h5 move as well. Queen to d4 clearly shows that he wants to play h6 next move, and forcing black to play e5 here, because any other move will create more weaknesses in the position. And after bishop to d8, d6, we have knight to c8 move, offering the bishop trade on the board, which we're gonna probably have that, because if you don't trade this bishop and if you decide to go back, let's say bishop to g3, then b4 is a serious threat here.
You're dropping your e4 pawn, I would say, maybe. Yeah. But besides that, bishop c5 is coming fast as well. Yeah. You just kind of gave the green light for black's bishop if you're just going back to bishop to g3.
And then you can pick up the pawn next. So bishop f8 we might see it very fast. Meanwhile, we do have a question in our chat on YouTube. We have a poll, and the question is, do you think Nodirbek Abdusattorov has recovered from yesterday's lose? I have already voted, and I voted yes, as most of the people has also voted for yes. You guys, we have 300 votes for now, and go ahead and vote. What do you think is the correct answer? For those who don't understand why he has to recover, what he has to recover from. We do had the longest game of the tournament yesterday. Nodirbek Abdusattorov with black pieces and with a rook against Nodirbek Yakubov with rook and the bishop with white pieces. We had a theoretical position where Abdusattorov was holding it perfectly well, and then just 4 moves before he could claim a draw, he blundered terribly the checkmate in few moves. And there was a bit of shock for everyone, and for sure it was a quite painful lose for him as well.
Oh, I have seen one thing on social media earlier. People were talking about. He actually had the similar thing in London in his game against Anand.
Yes.
They had rook and a bishop against rook, and
I remember that.
At the end he did that, make a mistake, and Anand was winning, but he was already over 50 moves. He was able to claim the draw.
Yes, I remember that. That's true, actually. So I voted for yes, because players at this level, they have the ability to get over losses like that and come back and strike back, which is, I feel this is a superpower of the top elite players, and that makes them super strong. What do you think? Has he recovered?
Yes, I would say he recovered. I mean, as a kind of human, not just being a player, let's say, you kind of sleep and wake up. It's a different day, you know? On different days.
Sleep, yeah.
Yes. Oh, if you sleep, yes.
If you sleep, yes, you recover.
Yeah, and I would say we're on a different day. If he had the same round, you know, 2 rounds on the same day, that would be questionable for me. Was he able to recover within that amount of time, short amount of time usually, you know, between rounds break? But right now he took quite a nice break. I hope he slept well and then kind of did his preparation well.
Yeah, we made this comment about the sleep because for the people who are new to chess, they might say like, why you're asking that question, why you're talking about the sleep. But when I was a kid, my coach would say that someone stopped playing chess because she could not or he could not sleep well, and it was very stressful. And I was always wondering, what does that mean, not to sleep well? And although I'm guessing, I understood, like, as I was growing in chess, I would understand what he meant, because the amount of pressure you're having during the game and the amount of the disappointment you might get, like Abdusattorov get yesterday, you might not be able to fall asleep.
Exactly. You're making a lot of scenarios in your mind, you know?
Yes,
it's like,
yes.
what if that, what if that, what if this? And you're kind of trying to, it's like there's the kind of battle between concentrating to your next game and actually,
to think
you know,
about
to think
what
about
happened.
just
Yeah, so that's why to have a fresh mind, to have a good sleep is very important. And for Abdusattorov, he's in home country. He has a lot of things to enjoy as well. Also, to have a home food is very comforting for the players. And he has his second, Kasimjanov, with him, and that's another game changer for the elite players. They can have seconds and coaches with them at a tournament, unlike to other grandmasters, and to have someone to talk and to have someone to share your thoughts is very, very important. So we believe he looks good. He looks ready to fight for another game, that he is fully recovered. But yeah, guys, go ahead and let us know, how do you feel? And coming here, back with the full screen, we can see that Maghsoodloo might not be happy. He might feel that he has not treated well his pieces in this game.
It seems
a bit thoughtful.
He's ready with some plan, yeah. But considering he's still in his chair, yeah, we are evaluating. We have new evaluation and walking, you know, as a kind of level of how you feel confident about your game. Yeah, it might be a bit struggling. He is kind of trying and planning all the ways to recover, to manage and coordinate his pieces at much better squares.
We have to also point out that the players who are here are pointing this out themselves, that all of them are fighters, all of them want to win the game, and there's no any single round when the player goes for a draw. And it's like really good selections of the elite players, because for many years there's a big conversation about the classical chess being very long, players making fast draws in some of the events, but we barely see that. we have the longest working hours. Yeah, so this is quite amazing to see what is happening here at UzChess Cup.
So in the meantime, while Abdusattorov is thinking, let's have a look at other games. And what is interesting to me is how Richard Rapport is handling his king on a3. You know?
Yeah, let's take a look at
Let's
that.
have a look on that. So his king is still on a3. Wow.
And in fact, he gave up the bishop for the knight. We were talking about this pawn structure. And then he played knight to a4. He's going to c5 square right away. So after e5, either he will play bishop to c5 or knight to c5. Those are possibilities. It just needs just a bit of calculation to not to pin the knight too badly. But yeah, both moves are possible.
Looking quite nice.
Yeah. Bishop c5, I think, would make more sense. Offering a bishop trade, and let's see if bishop takes, knight takes. We're gonna have the end game with knight versus bishop, and how many times Richard should have the end games with knight versus bishop in this game? It will be third one, right?
Yeah.
But white is quite comfortable here.
Yeah, here white is quite comfortable, and this reminds me of the structure Pragg had, you know, when his pawn was on c6 and that knight covered on c5.
Against Maghsoodloo.
Actually, it's Maghsoodloo, and Maghsoodloo kept that knight whole time, on c5, and then in the dynamic moments he decided to remove it. But it was like for 10 moves stayed there. Yes.
Exactly. And Arjun, being Arjun, looking around, thinking. Yeah, we have seen this a lot. You might see if you are new in chess and you just looking at this video that he's not concentrated, he's looking around, but we know this is his way of thinking. Yeah, every chess player is unique. They have their own ways to think, to deal with their things. So
yeah, it's people ask you the question of, do you imagine the board on the ceiling, you know?
Yeah.
And I would say here Arjun is imagining the board at side, directions, and getting that board and then figuring that out.
Yeah, he's absolutely thinking right now. He's thinking about the position.
Yeah, the eye's direction or where his head is pointing towards doesn't indicate that he's looking around. Yeah, he's considering position and he's calculating, and then he's concluding what is that on the position. And we can see he ended up calculating one line because the last impression was like, no, and then he looked back on the board, you know?
Look, he barely looks at the chessboard.
And right now he's into consideration of another line.
Yeah.
At the end of the line, I would guess he would look at the position. Oh yeah, he's looking again one more time, considering the third line or double confirming.
Yeah. That's very interesting. And the chess players usually, chess coaches have different techniques of how you are going. A few weeks after working on that, I could barely say what song was running. I could barely say what was the program I was listening. I was so focused.
I guess that's what he built the immunity to ignore any distractions.
At the beginning, of course, you are listening, you enjoy that, let's say music, or you listen some program. But the moment you start to dive in the position, especially etudes, the studies, chess studies are a very good workout of that. The moment you start to calculate one move, one line, second line, you find a beautiful checkmate. You don't understand what's happening around you. You don't understand what you're hearing.
You're in the flow state, basically.
Yeah, and I was doing that workout. It was very difficult at the beginning, but then it was such a powerful training. Even at this point, if I'm fully concentrated, I barely see what's happening or hearing what's happening next to me. Yeah. So, and imagine these guys, they have a lot of coaches, they have amazing coaches, and you can imagine how many techniques they are going through their life to train with, right?
Yeah. So On the background, we can see Ivanchuk making the move as well on his board.
I was checking if he made some
His
more
rook was on H2.
It's still yes,
Still on
they
H2.
still have normal position,
Normal
so we're gonna
position.
keep the eye on that. Meanwhile, let's jump on the game of Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa, because very interesting pawn structure that we have.
Wow, look at the pawns on G4 and H5. Interesting. And black has a bishop pair. Is he pawn down? He is pawn down. So
Yeah, the pawn on b5 was actually captured.
Captured.
Yeah, and we were talking that we will find out why the bishop was on d7, and the question is why the bishop was on d7 if white still managed to capture the pawn on b5. Shall we take a look last few
moves? Okay, so let's see. So that's where we have stopped, and white decided to go for queen to d3. We had h6 and g5. We were expecting these moves, and it did happen in one more game in this event.
To be fair, here in this line, white probably didn't even consider it because it's not castle. So then rook is more active than on the h file. So yeah.
So bishop to g3, knight to h5, getting that bishop on g3, knight to a3. We had castle. Whoa, computer's mentioning mistake. Maybe more or less like you're getting into the direction of that bishop. It's not necessarily developing the rook. And the thing is, you're castling after playing g5, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision.
But it's also, I think, fine decision, because you might play king to g7 and f5 next move.
Yes.
This is one way. You can play knight to f4 next move, and you don't want to have this king.
Yeah, bringing the knight looks also a very interesting idea. So knight takes b5 immediately. Oh, castle is like, right now I'm just looking at the engine. Why it's saying a mistake? It is second best recommended move that castle is. I don't know. So it's kind of first move because it has huge difference again, like 0.5. The first move is going to g4 and hitting that knight.
And after knight to d2?
You want to get that pawn, I guess. Yeah. But there is knight h4. You're heading even more active square with knight. But there is b5 pawn is dropping as well. So
yeah, I'm not sure I like this idea.
It's really complex.
Yeah.
Takes. With queen, maybe.
Can I take with the f pawn?
F pawn as well.
Giving up my c pawn, but
careful.
Point being that f7 pawn is also quite vulnerable at this point.
Knight on e5 can do a successful job, but it's very stable considering white's bishop is out from g3. Yeah,
makes sense.
So maybe that's why queen to g3 would be more logical, but f7 is still weak if you didn't protect it.
Yeah.
And after all those actions, you do castle. No, come on, come on.
No, not approved. Not approved at all. I know castle is a normal move actually, and it's very important to have a good cooperation with the engine, not to get too much addicted to the engine, and to use it at the right moments. But like here, g4 is very
computerish, I would say.
Yeah, but I don't even like that position, to be honest.
The thing is, you're putting a pawn on g4, and after all those actions, you're deciding to castle. You know.
Not yet. We're not ready for that. Maybe in 100 years, but not yet.
So castle, we have knight takes b5. So white black sacrifices the pawn, and knight to e7, pretty much. And here, on the first side, it looks like e5 pawn is unprotected. But once you take, there is that bishop b5 move, and there is this discovery what black is threatening. I can make the moves on the board. This line takes, and black is taking the queen, or extra piece at least, yes.
Yeah, so there was a sacrifice of the pawn on the b5, and what black wants to do is to get this knight on g6, and then later on probably to f4. F4, yeah.
Or this knight, yes. So we have seen bishop c4, that's protecting against any bishop b5 ideas, and we have seen knight to g6, we have seen take, and of course If you take back right now, you're losing the pawn, but in the meantime, you can do in between first capturing the bishop away, and then after takes,
G4.
you do even g4. You are not taking even immediately yet. After knight to d4, both moves were strong move. You're taking back with a knight.
Yeah, well, Pragg is the better engine actually. The way how he manages positions much better.
His knight on e5 is so stable.
Love it.
F-pawn cannot come to kick it out yet. Yeah. And he has a bishop pair pretty much on the board.
Yeah, I was looking at this bishop on d7. We asked the question why he brought this bishop on d7, and basically it looks very nice because it controls both king side and queen side. It allows rooks from b8 to be more active. It doesn't have a piece in front of it, so yeah, it looks kind of quite comfortable position for Pragg.
So we have seen queen to going to e2, pawn to h5 so far, and knight to a3. Interesting. Since his last move was h5, Pragg is preparing to go for more and get that pawn to h4?
Yeah, it can be. I would say he will do that. Maybe king to g7 first to have this chance of rook being on the file. And yeah, definitely he will try to do that, this move.
It seems like yeah, he has more aggressive ideas.
I don't know, like it looks really crazy right now, but you can also bring the queen on f6 when you have rook on h8 and look for some madness like bishop takes c4, pawn takes d4, knight f3 sacrifice, pawn takes f3, pawn takes f3 hitting the queen, then h4 open up the king. Yeah. You know, you can be very creative in this position with black.
Yes, exactly. But so what would be white's counterplay? So should black just respond and wait, or can he do any counter actions? Yeah,
that's a very good question, and we can maybe answer it after seeing Pragg's last move. He decided to go right away h4 without any preparations. He feels that this is the correct time to do it. Let's see how Jan will react with that. And
I think he wouldn't take, maybe because taking seems like you're adding opponent's pieces into the game immediately, and that we earlier explored that king g7, rook h8 coming very, very powerful, and your pieces are simply not on time to protect the king.
Yeah, and taking the pawn already keeps the queen on the board. Black will not do any pawn push here. He will just bring the rook on the h file, and that's it. So let's see what Jan should do after h4. And my threat is to take this pawn
on g3.
Yeah, on g3.
I mean, you would.
Or you can also just wait.
Yeah, you can just wait. Yeah. Maybe waiting would be more smart choice rather than reacting, because taking is costing you opponent's rook being in the game.
Did you see how Nepomniachtchi tries to make the move and he's not making? Like, he tried 2 times to make the move. And of course, Vasily Ivanchuk always at the center of all the actions.
Yes.
Queen a3.
Queen to e3.
Interesting choice of the move. He might also consider to bring this queen on h6 to the king side.
I was earlier thinking like what would be white's counterplay. Maybe I was thinking of bringing, I saw that f5 square and bringing that knight to f3, f5. Yeah.
That's a nice idea. Let's say king g7 now. Black anyway wants to play this move.
So, yeah, stopping.
And knight to c2 is your idea, right?
Yes, but the e3 is occupied by queen right now. Yes. So it's slightly not clear. So Jan's idea is basically, if it takes, going to queen to h6, getting that aggressive game. And there is no queen g5, queen h4 coming. Yeah. And you're about to take with f takes. I mean, if you take, rook is taking.
You bring another rook into the game.
But okay, computer king just takes, rook is in. There is another idea. Wow.
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
It's even better. So we have seen queen to e3. So we are likely to see king g7 with preventing queen penetration to h6.
Another move is queen to f6 as well, with the same idea.
Not letting queen to h6.
Yeah. But eventually you need king g7, rook h8, queen f6, this kind of moves. Yeah. Wow, very interesting game. Let's go and check out the other games too while we have some time. And this is Sindarov against Aravindh. We had the King's Indian opening, and we have now this situation.
Wow, Black progressed a lot since we saw last time. His pawns are already on a5 and b4, hitting White's knight. But let's see, how did we reach on this game? So we have seen on the moment of h5 last time. So bishop d7 moment, and here White decided to go for knight to b3, exchange of the pieces, and maybe to coordinate his pieces effectively. We have seen takes, d takes, d5, takes, 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 and rook to c8. Wow. It looks like you are fully in control of b5 square. There's no way Black would make b5 move or any progression. But queen d2 by Sindarov was ended up being a mistake, which allowed b5 move. Yeah, after take, let's go with knight. You have e4 pawn exposed. So if you take this bishop b5 as a black, the same thing can happen.
Knight e4 hangs.
Yes. So you were not technically stopping anything from b5 square. b5 is possible, and queen d2 just let it happen.
Also, queen d2 is kind of tempting because you go
you're going for h6.
h6, yeah.
Yes.
And most like king to h7 will just drop the pawn with all the comforts, with the checks and everything. Still after b5, I wonder what if...
Let's have a look at bishop h6 line.
Exactly, I just like that.
And b4. So...
here, shall I consider some of like bishop to g7?
Yes.
If you take the pawn on c3, we can show this beautiful move of queen to h6.
Queen to h6.
And there's a checkmate in 2 moves maximum.
Yes, if you move away,
you
making a space, you just take the pawn, no space, nothing to move.
Yeah, so after bishop g7, you take back with the king.
King, and which means the knight and the pawn is still under big trouble.
Yeah, do we consider here pawn takes pawn on g6 to open up the h file?
We can, and here Black would make another very, very smart move. Of course, if he takes our knight, we are going for queen h6. So Black's smart idea would be doing that rook h8 and not letting even to get into the game. And now he's threatening the rook and the knight. If rook takes h8, there is queen takes h8. If now we move the knight away, queen is penetrating on White's camp.
The last move is bishop to b5. So after bishop f1, you have bishop f5, and in fact, all this open on the king side favors Black.
Yes. So, yeah, there was queen d2, although looked tempting, it was a miss. So.
Hold on, we have b5 on the board.
Yes,
and
here
F3. Sindarov played f3, not going to that variation.
We have b4, kicking the knight out.
In fact, he spent about 16 minutes for this move, so he was going through with all these lines and the variations, and that's why his time now is 24 minutes.
Wow!
To make how many? 12 more moves.
No, not 12.
22.
22.
Yeah.
They didn't reach.
But they have to reach 40 moves. Yeah. So that makes him has to make 1 move per minute almost.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's the problem. All he needs is to stabilize the game, and let's say after b4 we have knight to b5 on the board. The pawn on d6 is hanging, and it is Aravindh's game. He's missing from the board. But queen to b6 is such a natural move. He will play queen to b6.
He would attack, and White would defend with pawn a4.
It's only move, right, to play?
Yes.
And after b takes a3, you take back with the knight. And then you bring the knight on c4 and looking after a5 pawn.
A5 pawn, and d6 as well. But the game still looks quite double-edged, and Black smartly managed to make
You
decent
know what you
progress.
can do after queen to b6, a4, you can play queen to b8.
Just, well, what's the idea?
The idea is knight b3, and I am away off the pin.
Oh, yes. I see. So white should respond accordingly, but you know, h6 is dropping whole time, you know, at this moment.
Yeah.
I'm like, kind of, every single move you gotta calculate that bishop h6 and maybe giving up away that rook. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe somewhere black has to first play g5, but it's very interesting. If you play g5 here in this position, you give me enough time to control everything on the queen side. Let's say rook to c1 now.
Yes, the pin is still on.
Yes, and if you move the queen back on b8, I will take the pawn. I will take the knight on c5.
Just take it.
Takes with the rook or with the pawn. We're gonna have this structure where I have much better pawn structure with the pawn on d5. Your pawns are blocked on the queen side.
And you have that dark squared bishop where
Which is
your
not so-
yes, where your pawns are dark squared as well. But the game is kind of closed, you know, kind of heading to a draw, feels like it. Yeah. Considering there would be opposite colored bishop, there is not much penetration way. But yeah, but the white's position looks quite nice. It would be black. Black would be the one going for a draw. So blocking doesn't feel like good as well. So game looks quite harsh and dynamic so far here. Okay, both of the players are on the board thinking, and yeah, we wouldn't see Sindarov walking around today probably much, considering he has 30 minutes lower on his clock compared to the opponent.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a look against two Uzbekistan players battle on the third board, and that's between Shamsuddin Vokhidov and Nodirbek Yakuboyev. Okay, white has a bishop pair, but black is controlling that f4 square and reaching that f4 square. So, okay, how did we reach this game? So we had that g5 moves and bishop g3 response. Quite a nice development, quite a kind of similar structure. And we have seen knight to h7.
It's a bit of a mysterious move, knight to h7. Usually we see knight h5.
Knight h5, but
It has the same road actually.
Yes.
And in fact, you can also bring knight on e6 to have more centralized piece.
yes.
And avoiding also such a blunder.
Yes, such a blunder. If knight to h5, you can meet that knight takes e5, and in the meantime, you would say, are you making a move ahead? But you're not. That is knight takes e6 as well.
Well, knight h7 has been played, and what we have
F1,
next is
knight
knight moves around.
And yeah, Shamsuddin is not kind of striking the game. He's playing neutral, but he striked later, the d4 move. I was considering maybe he should strike d4 when knight is kind of far away from f6 to f8. Going, hitting that, but knight g6 is on time as well. But again, it's maybe hit that knight. If knight e7, you can win the pawn. Yeah. But f7 is also weak, which means once you move the bishop to d5, you have made a spot for your queen to get into the game. White has some plans, but the game feels like would be more dynamic in these situations. And here, Shamsuddin decided to go more stable lines, and then later on pushing to d4, queen f6, knight to e3, knight to e7. And when do we see, okay, knight g4 turns out to be a mistake, but we have to figure out why, because the goal is right now hitting these pieces, and
Perhaps a take the knight.
yes, black took the knight, take, and king to g7, queen e2. Probably why it's a mistake, because white is probably eliminating its plan of striking and then going for the attack. And for in the meantime, it would remain closed game, and black would have some chances of getting his rook to h8 and maybe some pawn h5.
H5. Yeah, very similar
knight F4,
position as Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa. A similar structure. In fact, we do have some updates in that game. Let's go back to the game. We see also Nepomniachtchi walking a lot after his last move. So here in this position, Pragg decided to play king to g7, and after bishop to e2, he brought the rook on h8, and Nepomniachtchi answered with his knight to c4. He's offering now the knight straight on the board, but he cannot capture the knight on e5 himself, because after that he will be pinned. Protects on e5, actually wins the piece. Do you think he might also go for the b6 bishop, because this bishop is a huge troublemaker?
Yes, exactly. His plan to get into knight to c4 is actually going for that b6 bishop, and black should really keep that bishop on the board to keep his aggression, because that bishop is also kind of pinning everything on that line, which means making that even take is possible, queen to here as well. So yeah, to avoid this knight to b6, I guess he has to trade.
You have to here decide which of your pieces is stronger. Is it knight stronger or is it bishop stronger? If you believe that bishop is stronger piece and you need on this diagonal, then you have to get rid of the c4 knight and play knight to c4, and then probably to double the rooks on the h file, like rook h6, probably queen f6, still queen e7.
But be careful, rook h6 actually drops this tactic.
Maybe queen f6 first.
Queen f6 first would be ideal, or doubling up rook is still ideal. Maybe you go far to h5. Because your rook feels safe, and you're also kind of taking care of f5 square, if any kind of queen f4, knight f5 check.
Yeah, so then next move is queen to f6 and rook to h8, and then you're ready to open up the file and actually to checkmate the opponent if the cannot really stop that happening. Another way is that if you believe that you need knight on e5, then you have to just ignore that, and let's say rook h5 here, what happens?
Yes.
If you give up the bishop.
He's gonna take, I guess. He's gonna take immediately, and you don't want to make your pawn structure look bad.
But also then your rook is too far to be doubled, so it makes no sense to play rook h5 next move. The previous move.
And we can choose another move, maybe queen to f6.
Yeah.
But knight to b6, you again take with a rook. You don't want to have like a really bad pawn structure after this take. Two separated, isolated pawn. Rook takes b6, and here, it takes a lot of time, I guess, to make that.
It's more long-term strength of knight, and to trade the knights on c4 seems to be more dynamic. We're going to see how Pragg will actually proceed in this position. This is his move. He has 31
also, in the meantime,
minutes.
white would have some counterattack with rook to a7 in this variation.
Yeah, exactly. So let's have our second break now. We keep this game live and the board as well. We'll come back shortly, and we're going to have more games, more moves to cover in this game. See you guys shortly.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. This is UzChess Cup 2025 round 7. We have all the games in progress. So far, we do have 3 people sharing the first place in the Masters, and in the Challengers in the future, we do have already sole leaders. We're in the middle of the games, and we are having very nice treat from the players, as all the games are quite sharp, interesting, and exciting. Right now we have the game on the screen, Nepomniachtchi against Praggnanandhaa, very sharp game, and we have received a few moves on the board. The last time we saw this position, we suggested that black might take the knight on c4 and proceed the attack, and that happened actually. And then we see queen to f4. This is on the board, right?
Yeah, an interesting idea. White is going for the queen trade.
Well, this is not a pawn sacrifice, because if you take the knight on d4, it is a pawn sacrifice actually, but you're taking back this pawn after queen d4. You take the pawn on f7 with the check. The bishop on d7 is hanging, and black will struggle to survive this position.
There is an interesting kind of continuation on that line as well. If you go here, instead of taking that bishop, you go rook a5 and make the check on h5.
Yeah, oh, that's a brilliant move. So we will not see this, guys. We have to bring also that news to you. We will not see this move on the board. So queen to f4 has been played. What is the best way that black can here proceed this position?
So black has 2 choices: either avoid the trade at all, which is just going to queen to g6, hopefully doing some aggression on white's king on h1, probably with doubling up the rook, as we mentioned earlier. And another idea is going for a queen trade and going to the endgame and going after that e4 pawn. He still have bishop pair advantage. If he manages to get that pawn back, his advantage even becomes bigger. So which means after this, you gotta be careful, because black's idea involves to take on b2 as well. Although black is shifting the whole idea from attacking to the king right now, striking in the center and realizing his advantage, his bishop pair advantage. And if you try to defend with either way, rook f1 or au1, your rook is becoming liability. In the meantime, after take, black is pushing with aggression, but the game would be still double-edged, because as I see, there is rook a7 striking everything on the 7th rank.
Yeah.
So black has those ideas, but white has counterplay as well.
Oh yeah, there is not crazy sacrifices of the rooks, because the white back rank is not as weak as we would imagine here. There's no moves like g3 and then rook e4 on time, because we have everything on the 7th rank.
As we looked at this position, I'm looking, once the rook moved away, this rook became unprotected. So I'm considering maybe we take advantage of that, but we gotta be careful and calculate very, very accurately.
Yeah. This is the end game that actually perhaps the both players are considering to have and evaluating the position. Is there anything better from black side? Because this is a strong attack on the king side. Can he keep the queen on the board and play some like queen to g6?
G6 and doubling up the rook. I would say maybe that would be more ideal choice, considering the other one. On the other one, white's counterplay has, its advantages, its aggressions and initiatives.
At this point, Praggnanandhaa is down to 19 minutes, and they have to make 13 more moves. So far as he's having some initiative, I don't really see a severe time issue here for him. Then once he decides what is his plan, is he going for the end game or is he going to have queens on the board, then I think he will play a little bit faster, but we can see that Nepomniachtchi feels quite good on the time, as he has 46 minutes here. Let's switch the game and check it out what is happening on the leaders board. We have Abdusattorov against Parham, quite sharp position. Let's see how they proceed.
So there have been 2 moves done on the board so far, and that is after bishop f8, rook f8, there was rook h3, getting the rook into the game.
I love this move.
I would say that a lot of possibilities. You can get to g3, you can get to d3 or maybe e3 even, considering there is pawn push on e5.
Yeah, this looks quite a nice idea because if you want to bring the rook on the board, first you have to develop your bishop from f1 when the rook is on h1, yeah? And then you have to first move the d1 rook, then bring another rook, so it takes like at least 3 moves to do it. While we have rook to h3 now, it might not be looking very natural, but it is a very good idea because you have extra idea to rook g3 to hit the pawn on g7, and you get this rook on d3 in 1 move.
Yes, just doubling up in 1 move. And Parham responded with queen to b6, offering for a queen trade. And considering white is going aggressive, and we know once queens are out of the board, the attack slows down a lot. So white decided to keep his biggest attacker, the queen, on the board and moved back to queen to d2. And we have seen bishop c6, after which right now Abdusattorov made the move of rook to e1. Protecting the pawn, probably he's preparing for some knight d5 as well, maybe, with some discoveries on the king.
Oh yeah, knight d5 looks quite powerful move. Shall I play king to f7 to avoid that? Oh, meanwhile, we have to go to the game of Richard Rapport and Arjun Erigaisi as it's just ended in a draw. They have played a couple more moves.
So we had e5 and we had the endgame we were expecting. And yes, we had a couple of moves. Even king moved to a4, progressed, and we had perpetual repetition. And that's how it ended in a draw. Quite kind of solid game by both sides. And yeah.
Very interesting. We have seen a lot of ideas in this game, and the draw seems to be quite logical. I'm a bit surprised that Richard has not played longer game, but he knows it better, obviously. We trust him. Arjun also had quite nice bishop and some space advantage on the king side. So this game is over now, and we're going to the game of Sindarov against Aravindh, as final move is something super exciting. This game is going all the way crazy.
So we had
a4, pawn takes. Actually, white decided to take back with a pawn,
and then make his advantage solid with pawn to a4. Wait a sec, there is no knight b3 yet. Maybe he's just trying to get there, or just rook to b1 first, so that there is no knight b3.
So he decided to keep the knight on b5 to hit the pawn on d6 in that way. We were suggesting knight d3, knight c4, also possibility. But look at this move, f5. Wow. This is different Aravindh we have seen. So far he was very solid. He was trying to play calm game, and today he just decided, not anymore. I'm gonna show my true colors. First he was trying to get best on the queen side. Now he's actually exploding the king side. We have to dive in this position and check it out what is happening if white decides to capture the pawns, right?
So I guess it would be with g pawn to open up your g file, and if g takes, rook to, there's f4 move is coming as well. So would you allow f4 on the board? But your bishop still be there, but you're not pointing at h6 anymore.
My question is, can I take the pawn on h6 here?
Immediately. Yeah, f4 would separate your bishop, so which means you take.
And this is bad.
Yeah, because bishop is out from the diagonal.
Which bishop is out?
E3 bishop is out.
Okay, because of the tactic, knight b3 is the move that wins here the game. As rook is hanging, when you move your queen away, let's say queen to b2, the problem here is also the knight on b5, right? This knight will be actually also hanging. And how we're proceeding this one, knight to b1?
Takes, yes. Bishop takes, I guess.
Knight c2, check, perhaps?
Yeah, you can bring back the knight. G1 square is so well defended on the far way, you see. So, and your queen doesn't have a way to get into the game. And If king d2, queen e3, check is coming. And if king d1, there is knight e3 and rook to c2 is also coming. So white should be very, very careful on these lines.
So the pawn on h6 is not hanging. Probably it's not hanging right away to after f5. White cannot take this bishop as well.
Yes.
Let's get back to the...
Also, this knight was dropping all time. Yeah, we have to highlight that fact as well. Yeah. So probably we can expect white doing something to protect his knight on b5.
Hold on. We have not seen the line if f5, why black did not take the knight on b5. Let's show. No, instead of f5, if black could take
immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Because it was hanging,
yes,
right?
Yes, it was hanging.
You have to see that.
But white can take the piece back by skewering both pieces, and you cannot protect it with your rook. It would be protecting from behind. If rook b8 takes, you just simply cannot take that. But besides that, in the meantime, white can play around with a4 because knight cannot take, because it's also under the pin. Yeah, but just on rook b5, you cannot take that. It should be the other way around, so that you're able to take queen on b8, rook on b6, so that although sometimes you cannot count how many defenders and attackers you have, but you have to consider in which order they have as well. If your order is the rook first, queen next, rook on b6, queen on b8, you would be successfully defending your bishop. But because the order is other way around, you are not defending it because you are losing a material right there if you are intending to take.
Yeah, so using this opportunity, Aravindh here plays f5 because the knight in many of the lines, if the position opens, will be hanging, and we have seen one line already. Sindarov has to play very fast. We talked about that he is short on time. He took the pawn on f5 already, and Aravindh captured it back, and white went for rook to b1, making sure that knight on b5 is no longer hanging. And now black has a lot of opportunities. Black can play f4, black can play king to h7 to guard the pawn on h6.
And yeah, getting out of g file, the only file that is, the only file where white can kind of organize his attack. And also maybe extra ideas would be just pushing to a4, queen out of the diagonal so that your knight lands on b3 nicely.
Yeah.
Queen probably d8. Considering you do f4, there is some queen g5 counter moves, which means the rook cannot move away, have to look after h5 move. Or besides that, just queen to f6, just protecting d6 pawn in the meantime.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's also the opportunity to close the king side with f4. This is another move to be played, which makes actually Aravindh to think here on several candidate moves. But obviously, as he has playing this game starting from the beginning, he already knows what is his ideas. He already has some clear picture. But I still predict here to have some minutes from black to think and figure it out next moves.
And he's not in the rush to play f4, but as we know, white is not intending to take e takes f5 yet, destroying his own pawn structure. But besides that, he has a pressure on e4 pawn. If queen is out of the diagonal, he is winning that e4 pawn. So he can consider in the meantime maybe even doubling up his rook right there, and then actually eventually taking and queen remaneuver. Basically, I want to get that queen out of the pin kind of badly, yeah. So yeah.
So he will take here some time. Meanwhile, we can go back to the challengers and check out how Ivanchuk is doing, because he had very nice choice of opening. He started with 1f4, which is a bird opening, and we can see that he has already advanced on the. This is not the game. Last one. He has already advanced the pawn on g5. His latest move has been g5. He safely castled also on the king side. And yeah, this is actually a very interesting position. What is the follow-up here for white?
Okay, bishop is not developed yet. I'm considering maybe getting the bishop out, rook on f1, rook on g1. maybe take and get that rook on g7. But just the thing is, I want to open up f file, but I don't like that knight on e5. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if I play here h4 to maintain the pawn chain,
h4.
is that a possibility?
That's
I also
a
want to play
possibility
bishop
as
h3.
That's a possibility as well, but just be careful, your rook being under the pin. So I'm considering maybe first you gotta take that before doing any h4 moves, because as we know, if rook takes, you can open it up with f takes e5, hitting the rook.
The bishop g5.
But there is, yeah, he's gonna block his bishop to g5. Okay, e6 rook is on time. I was actually thinking maybe you get that g6 square to make that weakness on the king. Yeah. But unfortunately, you're not. And black is successfully getting to d5 square. So after takes, maybe you do not react for some moment. You have to keep your pieces as where they are.
Maybe something like bishop e2 to bring the rook on f1. But it's actually very interesting how powerful the knights might become on e5 after the trading on the pawns on f4. So white actually has slightly more space advantage on the king side, but black's pieces are also quite active.
Yes, I would say any plans, any attacking plans with white is not resulting any success, you know. But black's pieces are so well coordinated at this moment. Yeah, white's kind of normal attacking move, as we explored earlier, that bishop e2, this is not resulting for any further progress.
And the game, which is very interesting, is Nijat Abbasov against Nicolas Theodoros. The leader of the challengers is playing with black pieces. And at this point, we can see that white has this very beautiful piece of coordination on the queen side. And the king is still in the center. So white has not castled yet. This position is super crazy to my eyes.
Yeah, well, earlier you said that white would do something on d6 square because it was somewhere to get into. That was a weakness. And white did manage to get into that square. And right now, okay, he has a bishop pair still, but his king being in the middle, yeah, it looks like still a weakness. But that knight on c7 and bishop on b6 seems slowing down black in his aggression a lot.
So the latest move that white played was g3. And let's just make a couple more moves. Instead of g3, why white did not take the rook on a8? What was the idea for black? After e takes f4.
He's opening up. Yeah, he's opening up the e file. He's opening up his bishop.
And if queen takes f4, there's bishop to e5 and bishop to g3 going after the white king immediately. And after rook to e8,
just take, yes.
Yeah, rook to e8, the king is actually struggling very much in the center. So that's why g3 has been played. And now if the pawn takes on f4, I believe pawn wants to capture back, yeah, yes, on f4.
So,
very sharp positions also in the challengers tournament, and we can actually go back to the masters and check it out. Nodirbek and Parham, they have changed the pawn structure, and we can figure it out what is happening. And we see Parham walks a little bit now.
So king is on f7. So he. Okay. So what did happen after rook e1? Queen went on c5. And after knight d5, okay, more or less, his idea was knight going to d5. King went to f7 out of that diagonal.
We have to show what happens after pawn takes d5. What was white's idea?
Takes, and he's getting the piece back.
King f7.
King f7, takes, and d takes back. So bishop d3. Just queen going out of...
Let's say king to g8.
Yes. King to g8, and I guess even queen trade is also possible, considering that knight is a lot more passive on this compared to this bishop, and rooks are just on back rank. Yeah.
But
It's getting to e6.
okay, it's equal position, but white is counting on the piece activities, and the bishop being stronger in this position than the knight.
But if this position happens, I would probably consider Abdusattorov going to queen to e2, just keeping even queens on the board. Yeah.
Rook to g8, h6 kind of ideas. Seems really nice for white. So black didn't want to go to the end game, and very often you just don't want to accept the sacrifice, and you don't even consider to take it. Instead of that, Parham went for king to f7, and after that move, he is now threatening to take the knight, obviously.
Yes.
So this knight went back on b4, now attacking the pawn on a6, and then we do have h6. g6 is the final move of Parham, and now Abdusattorov is thinking. I was thinking what happens if rook knight d3 and e5 is the white next moves.
Yeah, that's quite interesting idea and quite possible moves to make. Queen probably goes to safety on b6 square, and you push pawn to e5. Yeah, you're getting that e5 square if he takes, if pawn to f5, knight on f4 looks very stable. And I guess you will maybe exploring some g4 ideas. Or
I was actually thinking first to go queen to, I don't know if it's working, but like let's say a queen g5 instead of
instead of knight f4. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, you want to get to queen f6.
Checkmate into moves.
Yeah.
And if king goes on g8, then knight to f4 with the idea to take on g6, or to play knight to h5 and then knight to f6.
I see. So probably king wouldn't go to g8. Yeah, we can say king goes to e8. But still,
Really?
it looks like
King goes
maybe
on
you
e8?
penetrate to g7, yeah. But rook f7, rook f8, but you're gonna take that h7. So
Yeah, this is interesting.
So let's explore the lines. So any counter-attacking, or just king going with back to e8 also just prevents you getting there.
Yeah, very interesting. Full of tactical motives here. There is something like...
No, knight d3 looks very strategic idea actually to make, both in positional and dynamic perspective. Yeah. After e5, yes, you do have queen g5 move, but besides that, maybe some sacrifices on g6 as well. It's like, and also pressuring on d7 pawn. There was actually earlier pressure on a6, but I just didn't consider. Just queen b6 and your idea is practically ending. Yeah.
What? Queen what? Rook a3?
Oh yes, if rook a3, you're going after a6 pawn, just changing whole plans, but queen b6 and you don't have much.
No, rook a3, very unlikable move.
Yeah,
I don't like moves like that.
I mean, just a temporary move. So that's why, as a chess player, you have to go a bit deep in your calculation. Yeah. And knight d3, e5 has a lot more future perspectives. Yeah. After f5, now there are several choices even white can make. Queen g5 being one of them, to just get into f6 and go to g7.
There's another idea to push g4 somewhere to open up the files as well.
But yeah, it needs a little bit carefulness as well, because you're allowing counter-attack as well. That rook is being opened up. Although knight on d3 is kind of protecting, it is safe.
Yeah, no, like if the f file is open, I'm very happy with white, right? Because I'm not afraid of rook f8 entering anywhere. So I was thinking something like queen g5, knight f4, g4 might be strong. And the engine says here it's not the best choice. Is there the way how black is proceeding here?
Black can even not respond to your queen f6 move, considering there is king going to just back to e8.
So what's the move? Bishop.
Bishop e4, but yeah, the point is,
No, knight
check,
f4,
you
knight
go
f4.
here. Knight going to f4, you're dropping f2 pawn.
And after queen f2,
Yeah.
it's
Checkmate is coming.
Yeah, so
So yeah, while white should let that queen to play, yeah. So what other ideas exist on this position besides knight going to d3? Maybe immediately e5.
oh yeah, you can take this one. It's true.
Immediately
Wait,
E5.
he played the move already. Yeah. Oh, e5 was played.
Oh,
e5 was played.
E5
Okay.
E5 is on the board. Okay, going back to g8. Okay, now it looks nice to take and go knight to d3, maybe knight to e5 as well, but yeah. It still looks good, still looks good. Take,
So let's make the moves on the board. Take on f6, rook takes f6.
knight to d3, keeping
Knight
that
d3.
queen. But I guess maybe black has a choice of to go queen to d4, not letting knight move away, which would result in queen trade, and of course you're gonna drop your pawn on f2 if you decide to move with the knight on d3.
There's also queen e7 idea, maybe
Just to save it.
yeah,
Just to go back.
more
I
passive.
guess they're more passive, so f2 is protected. I guess your knight has a freedom to go to e5 now, because earlier on you didn't have that ability if queen is on d4.
Let's say knight to b6.
Knight to b6. White position already looks quite nice at this moment. Yeah.
White's position looks nice from the start.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, from the
also
start,
true.
yeah.
It has been
And
always very
just
good.
we can add the points. Just black having three pawn camps, the g7 square being weak, h6 pawn being strong, and the rooks being active, and his pieces being comparatively passive. And yeah, overall the positioning of the pieces adds up to the white's advantage.
Yeah, if white is not taking the pawn on f6 and let's say plays. Also, you're running out of the moves, right? You have to somehow make a decision here.
Yeah, but black can take your pawn if you're not taking as well.
You know what? I was thinking something like bishop d3 to go after
g6.
But no, knight goes on d3. This is very
d3.
logical move. Knight d3. So yeah, the queen has to go somewhere. Is there the option also to get this knight on c file somehow? Like queen to e3 or queen to c3 and then knight c5?
Possible if the queen is gonna go away. But what if queen stays on that diagonal, or even better, stays on d4? You know, you kick out, I guess, with pawn to c3.
I don't like queen d3.
Queen to
it's
d4.
Very unnatural move. Yeah.
No, I mean, you are looking, you're looking for take and going after f2, because knight is more or less kind of stuck on d3 right now. You're cutting off the freedom from
and
knight.
he goes for it, queen to d4.
Queen to d4. You're just keeping that queen active, and I would say maybe c3 should be natural response to get that queen away from that f4 square, so controlling square. Yeah. Okay, both of the players have less than 20 minutes on the clock, and we are still at move 22. So 18 moves to go.
Very sharp position.
Very
actually.
sharp.
And this is the moment when if white is not making correct moves, the things can just turn around. But yeah, seems like white has pretty nice opportunities here. c3 would just kick the queen away. But shall we see this line after c3, queen d5?
Queen d5 takes.
King to b1.
Oh, king to b. Oh yeah, you're protecting your a2 pawn.
Then how black should proceed here? let's say f5.
F5 would be a bit kind of death for the rooks maybe, because how they would join into the game later. Black is trying to get his rook into the game, and after f5 they would be very, very passive and just waiting.
So we have to take on
Yes,
e5?
yes. I guess
Oh
he
my
would.
God.
He
I'm
would
so
take
afraid to do that with black,
that.
to open up the position, because black's king is still quite weak.
But you should have some counterplay to fight back, you know.
So let's say rook takes e5.
Rook takes e5, I guess queen
d6.
queen to d6, yeah, moving away. Rook being on f8 looks nice, maybe doubling up on f-file. Looks one of the idea. Yeah. Yeah, probably rook to f5.
Yeah, white has very, very
White is still better.
position,
White
yeah.
is still better, but black is fighting back.
All right, the game between Vokhidov and Yakubov is getting all the crazy. So the final position is this one, king on h2, queen to d2. A brilliant move has been played. The idea of white is to play rook to h3, next move, discovery check and win the queen. The pawn on f4 is hanging, the bishop on b3 is hanging. This is beyond the madness what we have, and this was actually one of the quietest position back then we were looking.
Yeah.
So we have to go back and check it out. Move 22 somewhere there.
Yeah, somewhere there, and we were expecting some knight f4, rook h8 ideas. Okay, there was. Okay, black decided to just win the pawn. And white had a bishop pair, but he's down a pawn. c5 happened, rook to d1. Although mentioning as a mistake, that's quite a natural move and quite logical. You are going after the queen. You are hitting d6 pawn. Yeah. So queen to b4.
It was quite brave from black side to take the challenge and take the pawn on d4, because now all white's pieces are so active. Pair of bishop, both rooks are controlling the files. I'm quite surprised of Yakubov's decision to take the pawn on d4.
Yeah, he thought maybe he would manage with his knight, because although his bishop, Shamsuddin both bishops on b3 is active, the bishop on g3 is not yet into the game, and one of the knights would take care of that bishop, and if he manages to put his knight on e5, if Yakubov manages to put his knight on e5, both knights, maybe, depends, he would be successful.
Yeah, I agree with that, but look, next white's move are just coming with all the tempies.
Yeah.
Pawn on c7, you can play knight e5. c5, then the rook d1, you can play rook d3. Now he played this knight f4, which has a question mark. And yeah, let's see what happened after knight to f4. Takes, g5.
Wow, g5, yeah.
And we had c4, takes, and king h6 probably is a bad move.
And after queen d2, he's threatening queen to f4.
So instead of taking on h6, king had to go on h8 or h7.
h7, yeah, probably just behind this pawn to the safety.
And after bishop to c2, knight to g6. And knight comes on e5.
Yeah, once knight is on e5, black's position looks manageable. Yeah.
And after king to h6, white played queen to d2.
King goes back to g7.
Oh wait, you cannot save the queen, right? So if instead of king g7, queen goes on c5, then what's the checkmate?
So he's giving up the queen. So yeah, we can see Shamsuddin is about to make a move. Okay,
yeah, shall we see this game why he's giving up the queen? No. Instead of king g7, like let's say queen c5.
Back to c5. Queen f4. Yeah, if queen g5, rook is coming to h3 and g3.
Yeah, queen. Yeah.
Check.
And then g3.
Yeah. And besides that, this rook also can join into the game.
Yeah, it's winning. So king goes on g7.
G7.
So we cover with a knight. Was it rook h3 or something?
Check, knight here, and the rook maybe d6, because we have seen that rook can come into the game. Takes. Oh, takes, checkmate. Yeah.
And instead of taking on b3, do we have queen e5 move?
Takes. See. Queen e5.
Can you make it on the board?
Still take, maybe rook to d7. Okay,
Take, rook to 7. If you play rook e7, you lose the queen right away. So king goes g8, and there's a checkmate in terms. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going in.
Wow, that was pretty brutal tactic. So black had to give up the queen, and we have king to 7, rook to 3. And here we have queen for knight and the rook, but black's king is quite exposed. Pawn on d6 is hanging, pawn on b3 is hanging, and the question is if it's enough compensation.
Yeah, after white takes pawn on d6, it seems like his pieces are really active and black's king is still weak. Yeah. And white's advantage is quite nice. Black is kind of still trying. Maybe he just puts his knight on g6 and then knight on e5, protecting his f7 pawn.
Yeah, queen c3 has been played check.
Queen c3 check.
Probably the king will go on g.
Yeah, trying to displace that king.
And let's say after rook to d6, you play knight to g6.
Queen takes b3, and now you're pinning.
Yeah, you can take on e4 because, yeah, seems
And
very difficult.
White is getting queen and a pawn for rook and a knight.
Then after knight e5, you will probably chase the b5 pawn as well. Yeah, we do have rook d6 on the board, and we might have this kind of position. Not enough compensation, very likely. White also gets b pawn, then white will go push the pawn forward. And for Vokhidov, Shamsidin, this might be the first victory in this tournament. So far, he had made 3 draws and he has lost 3 games. He's the winner of the last year challengers, and he has a lot on his shoulders to fight at the very strong opponents. But this is his chance. This is his chance right now.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, interesting thing is when there is a battle between Uzbekistan players, with each other, they kind of know each other really well. Even there is from yesterday's game, even Yakuboyev's and Abdusattorov's game, there is being 100 rating point difference in the kind of strengths. It's pretty much equal, or even to some extent, who is playing with white had quite much better odds. And
exactly.
Yesterday, Nodirbek, Yakuboyev had 2 points, while Abdusattorov had 4 points. And today we look at the game, and right now Nodirbek, Yakuboyev has 3 points, but absolutely Vokhidov so far has only 3 draws, only 1.5 points. Yeah, no matter even kind of you scoring last, you still here kind of at this event, every single grandmaster is playing at top level. You're just coming back, fighting back.
Yeah, for Vokhidov, even it might be his victory in the round 7. Still, this is a great tournament for him to have the opportunity to play against top level players and have the best experience. Yakuboyev having actually big problems on the board. It might be the effect of yesterday's long game. He might not have enough time to rest and recover. And this might be the consequence of the yesterday's long game. We have to go to the game of Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa. They have played a lot of moves, and you will be surprised. You will not recognize this position anymore.
But I would say there was a queen trade,
Really? I am so surprised. They had queen trade, rook trade, they had all the trades. Before we go in this position, the engine says that it is equal and we don't have to rush to analyze it. Let's see how actually that happened. They have played 10 moves or even more.
Yeah. So queen
here,
to
yeah.
f4.
No, queen trade actually. Rook to h6 has been played.
Okay, white decided to take queen. So what I'm saying is there wasn't any queen to g6 move, you know. So there was a queen trade, and okay, after king to f6 we had pawn trade. So oh, I see how the rooks got traded as well.
Yeah.
Then we had king to
King e5. The black still keeps some hopes because the pieces are very active.
Yes, but he's giving up the pawn, and yeah, here white doesn't try to protect this pawn, because if you go bishop d5, there is d6. If you go bishop g6, there is bishop c6, and you're dropping the pawn anyways. So here, Jan decided to just progress with his king. After this is check, and we can expect f3 or f4 move. F4.
Because f3 you will lose.
You will be under the
bishop
king.
c6, yeah.
Yes. So after f4, we saw the trade, and this game is heading to a fast draw, I guess.
Yeah, it seems like not too much issues for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He managed to get out of the tough, maybe not bad position, but more or less tough position, because he had to find all the best moves to avoid the attack that Pragg pushed on the board. And at this point the game is quite level. Going forward to the game of Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Parham, they have made a few more moves after queen to d4. We have g3.
We have seen g3. Wow, interesting. So it's just kind of protecting the pawn and maybe making room for the bishop to get into. Yeah. And maybe protecting.
Like rook h4, f4 is another move. Maybe knight f4 was something to consider as well.
Yeah, we have seen rook h4 and queen to d5, protecting a2 pawn would be just with pawn b3.
Also stopping knight c4 happening, yeah. And then do we have one more move? I think rook to c8 has been played recently. And we have white to think now, and white has to decide what to do. I believe that he has to take the pawn on f6 just to make sure that black is not on time to close the center. Even though you think that should we open this, I'm afraid to open this position with black. Pawn takes, rook takes.
He has to make plan a bit deeper than that. Yeah, maybe getting the king out of this long line. The rook is already ready to attack, and then maybe pawn to c3, rook to d4, knight to e5, hitting that d7 pawn, and maybe knight to g4, queen to g4. I mean, considering the queen is not there, queen to g5, knight to f6. Yeah. And
quite difficult position actually to navigate.
Yes, maybe after this, maybe if d6 or d5, you move your knight back to d3 and go and hit that f4. I mean,
best luck if you guys understand what is happening here. It's so many complications. But well, the position is double-edged still. White has slightly better position, but black is keeping things under control.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you're playing Sicilian, you know that this is the scenario that white has a bit of advantage, but you also have some chances to strike back.
Exactly. So, yeah, but in the line I considered, usually I didn't say black's idea or counter-attacking moves. I usually kind of lined out kind of white's idea, you know, strategically, positionally what you do. And also kind of for viewers, one very good suggestion and very good advice is, let's say you're on a positional game and you want to advance, you know, and the way you can do it in the best way, how are you going to figure out the best plan is, you start with thinking at the end, you know, where you want to place the pieces at the end, what would be the perfect square, the perfect moment, and then from that perfect square, you got to think backwards. Yeah, that's a way of kind of another way of thinking. If you know what kind of squares you want to reach, what kind of goal you want to reach, once that's clear, your plan would be clear. It's just you take a step backwards, how to gonna reach to that square. Yeah.
Yeah, but before that, you have to be also good to calculate straight.
Oh yeah. That's just purely on positional play. I'm giving that advice. On dynamic play, yeah, you gotta. And of course, while doing those ideas, you have to be always aware opponents like check, takes, attacks, force moves. As long as you're safe against them, your plan can be successful. Yeah, you can do your plan successfully. But yeah, you don't make plan out of nowhere. You should have some vision of the end or something you want to reach. Certain perfect position.
Yeah, and he took the pawn on f6 to keep the things going. Rook is already on f6. He just captured back. And here we have Nodirbek with 12 minutes on the clock, as well as Parham for next 14 moves. So they will also just speed up a little bit here in this position as well. But too much of the complications, you know, like you need some time here to figure it out what is your next plan. Moving forward to the next game, we do have the game Sindarov against Aravindh, very tense.
Okay, so White did manage to play, to have some counterplay. Wow, look at that. So let's have a look back. So we did see Rook to b1, and Black decided to take. We have seen Knight to c3, and in between move on which Sindarov managed to trade the knight. So that knight was a really dangerous piece because it was hitting that on e4 square. After that knight e3, knight e4, White successfully neutralized the knight on c5. And after take, and Rook b7, Queen b2, so far it is okay. White still has his king, you know. Right now, if you look at the king, I would consider White's king slightly weaker compared to Black. Black's king seemingly doing all right, and I don't see Queen reaching to g6 anytime soon. Yeah. But White's king eventually might be fine on d2, but there is still bishop g5 moves. You have to place your queen to e3. Yeah.
I was just thinking, do I have moved something like bishop to g4? But probably that's a blunder because after bishop h4, you have to step on the light squares. You just don't have one.
And you still have move of that king to d2, but is your king safe here? Another question. There is still bishop g5, and the thing is that bishop g4 is not attacking that bishop. It's still well protected.
So if you take the rook d7 or bishop d7, you will fall for rook to f2, right?
Yeah, that's also
one idea. Like you can do now. It's pinned.
Yes. But yeah, even just taking looks quite nice because after take, you're just taking, and after take, you can take that, but you can go after the king as well. Queen to g5 check, considering queen is quite unsupported, you would have the skewer ideas if king d3 check, king d2 check, and yeah.
Win the queen, yeah.
Win the queen, and then win the rook, you know, considering it goes down. Yeah. Or just if they're after here, take, and bishop c8, you can just go queen c3 and just take that.
So,
still
quite a dangerous position for both of the players, even they're safely trading all the pieces without losing any of them. Sindarov has 7 minutes for next 12 moves to play. And yeah, the position is not so easy. And we can see him shaking a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, he has less than 7 minutes on the clock. He made the move rook to g1. Getting his rook to g6. Okay, I earlier mentioned you cannot get your queen on g6, but you can get your rook on g6. Yeah.
Also stopping bishop g5, because after bishop g5 you take, and it stops the queen to take it back. Yeah.
And he has to take with a pawn. And yeah, in the meantime, maybe you can even do rook f1 so that your pin becomes even more powerful. Yeah. So that when you actually attack, that would be an attack. Yeah. Actually do that pin, like takes. When you go bishop h3, that would be actually an attack. But besides that, you can take with the king as well. King on g2 looks quite safe as well. You're still threatening bishop on g4. Yeah. Hitting that.
How Black going to stop rook g6 in this position?
Okay.
Because if you play rook g7, this actually allows to trade in bishop g4, so you might be, or bishop b5, you might be pinned in that position.
Immediate bishop g5, as we explored earlier, would stop rook g6, you know.
That's one way. There's also, how about this idea of play rook, bishop to e8, and if rook takes f7, I take with bishop, and I control g6 square.
Yes, that's possible. But there is f5 square, for white to get, and maybe even bishop getting whops to g6. Yeah.
Right.
And also maybe 7th rank, but it depends. If rook d7, do we have some kind of tricks of, maybe queen just moves to a6, and just c1 square also dangerous. Yeah, there are a lot of kind of complications still exist on this position. Yeah, but maybe the immediate idea is getting your bishop to f5 and winning that h6 pawn. Once bishop is on f5, win that h6 pawn. So that could be white's some ideas as well.
Yeah, rook g1, I like that move.
g6 can come quite strong.
And let's check the game of Nepomniachtchi and Pragg, how they're progressing.
Okay, we have bishop g5 by the way on the board, so we can probably see some continuation, but let's see. So they did make some progression so far. They're playing quite fast right now. Yeah. Pragg is thinking, but I mean, there is no any winning idea or anything. This is quite much draw position. After, you can give.
Even if you play c3, next move and create a pass pawn, then white will give up the king c1 just to play safe.
You just kind of back and forth. Yeah. That's a draw even without this pawn. I mean, without this pawn.
Yeah, we might have this game ending soon. Even if the king gets on b3, which is not possible now, then you have king c1 move and you are quite safe.
Let's have a look at Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Parham Maghsoodloo's game, because just looking at the event section and it's showing the engine immediately and it's favoring white widely. So let's see what happened. So c3 was played. I mean, rook d4 is the idea once the king is out. Otherwise, if you do it immediately, you're losing that. And we have seen d6 and it's mentioning it's a mistake. I mean, the thing is d6 is you're making e6 pawn weak as well. So you gotta be really, really careful.
The idea is d6 is that if you play king b2, then e5 is on time and it stops rook going on d4. But what Abdusattorov just did is bishop to h3, which is a smart move, and it stops e5 happening as your rook is pinned.
Yes.
And if you move the rook away from the c file, then rook d4 goes on right away.
Exactly. So white is doing quite nicely, I would say, at this moment. And black's d6 and e6 looks quite weak. Yeah, I'm thinking of how
quite
to
surprising from Parham to move the pawn away, right? And only rely on one line of king to d2.
So yeah, after this, we can see that d3, d6 pawn dropping. Literally, I would say in the next move. Yeah.
Knight can move away somewhere.
Yes, knight can move away with attack. Yeah, of course. If you move queen to h5, it's like out. Your queen can it get trapped? Like, okay, you still have queen to h2, but more or less, it's kind of trapped, This is safe. Your queen doesn't have any out square to get that out. You have.
You don't necessarily need to win the queen because it's already so out of the game. You can just continue proper game and the queen is,
Exactly, yeah. Sometimes queen trap is not necessarily winning that piece or immediately. It's just making it out of the game, and you're playing with so many pieces ahead in the meantime. And hitting both of them. Yeah, so we can expect Abdusattorov winning.
Here the actually engine suggests to play e5, which which shows the difficulty of the position. And after e5, you are just giving up the exchange. Let's make it on the board.
Yeah, I wouldn't say e5 is humanly.
Yeah,
logical.
this is the suggestion, and it actually shows what is here the black's biggest issue, right? So here white is just better if not winning in this position. You can just move the knight away, or you can just play f4 and just win this position.
Yeah,
it's gonna be longer game, but
away. Yeah, just
yeah. So why the engine is suggesting e5? Why it's the first line, right? So if we come back, if we play any other move here, let's say rook to c7, which is a logical move to get out of the pin.
Rook to c7.
Yeah, the best move
protect.
here.
Rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8 doesn't
rook
matter.
E8.
The best move here is rook to f4.
Oh, it's just kind of being knight f4 even on time. What it is like, I take
Knight f4.
knight f4, but I'm trading. I'm pushing e5 next.
What is then? Pawn takes f4. Maybe.
No, it turns out you take with a queen.
Queen.
And you're getting
Queen f6 and queen. Yeah.
And yeah.
So basically, e5 stops rook f4 happening. Rook f4 is a serious threat that Parham has to recognize.
Yeah. But rook f4 doesn't come immediately naturally because, I mean, you are not necessarily doing any forced move for now, but the threat is big. Yeah. And probably maybe stop after e5 goes back. He's stopping, but you're dropping the pawns. Yeah. Mm. So it's quite, that's why kind of the best move according to the engine. But even natural move, just rook d4 is winning the game. I would say you're just moving the
this is also winning,
just straightforward,
Oof, very tough decision that Parham made to play d6.
So we are at move 28, and on their clock, Parham is
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes on the clock, which means 3 minutes, and even comparatively considering his time is even going below 5 minutes in a couple of seconds, there is a 4-minute difference, 4-minute advantage.
So far, Parham had a great tournament, 2 victories against Yakubov and Praggnanandhaa, and 4 draws with the rest of the opponents. Must be difficult to have this situation now on the board. After d6 and bishop to h3, it is his turn to play 4 moves and 30 seconds on the clock. Not so easy decisions to make because rook d4, rook f4, those moves are serious threats. And if the only way to avoid this, that is e5 to give up an exchange, Abdusattorov must be very happy.
Yeah. And also, as white, let's say if you push pawn g5, I'm coming with either rook g4 or rook e4. Rook g4 immediately going after g5 pawn. If rook g6, I'm pushing with f4. But besides that, rook h4, I'm going after e6 pawn. And if you go here once more time, I'm doing these. Yeah.
Let's keep the video here and wait for the move. But meanwhile, the game between Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa ended in a draw, which we expected.
Oh, quite fast, yeah.
Yes.
So, after king d2, was there any moves? Oh, there was a moves, which is going king and bishop back and forth, and then pawn push, and then the computer is going immediately kind of taking as a brilliant because all other moves just losing,
Yeah, you can play bishop d1 and you will see another brilliancy.
No. Bishop d1?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, you're being very ironic. I was like confused. What do you mean by brilliant? It's like, that's how you can receive mate in one on this position. So it's like one move difference between losing and winning game.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, bishop d3 is the only move.
Yes. So that's why computer is like brilliant,
There's king d1 as well, actually. King d1.
No, there is still d2 and bishop c2.
After
there's still.
Oh yeah, so it's actually only move bishop.
Yes, and computer is like, because of that being the only move, it's mentioned as a brilliant move. Yeah.
Funny. Let's get back to the game of Parham and Abdusattorov. Parham going all in.
G5.
G5.
Okay, rook h5. Wow. letting g5 pawn be a weakness here, and he's maybe giving up that g5 pawn. I don't know, because rook g6 is rook g6 saving that pawn? I don't believe so. Yeah, there is the threat of like even rook e6. If you take, there is rook takes g5, or besides that, even just f4, baby, just f4. Yeah. So he's willing to go. So rook h5 was done quite fast, and what do we see now? Rook g6 was made by me. So yeah, Abdusattorov was expecting that move because he did rook h5 pretty much within 35 seconds.
What is his next move? He has thought of this move, obviously. Maybe he wants to give up the pawn. Let's say king to h8. You take rook g5. And do I have rook h3, rook c3 move?
Oh, I guess that would be his
Queen
plan.
takes c3, queen g5 check.
But it's still, your king looks so bad. Yeah, f4, I would say.
f4, yeah. And the queen, where the queen goes? Because rook is hanging.
I guess queen h6 is still possible. Take and protect your rook. But still, your king is in trouble, and considering it's under the pin, I can comfortably take it.
Maybe
yeah,
bishop.
maybe
Rook
rook. Yeah.
Okay,
Possible, but let's go back and let's see. Does he have to take it, or when you take rook c3, does he have to take the rook? Even just moving away is also threatening to take that for free. Oh, that looks even more interesting and more amazing. You are taking that. The queen, if queen away is d4, the rook is protected already. Yeah. But there is like queen to d3 move, but now you take that. Rook on c3 or rook on g5 is very much protected. So Parham is still thinking 2 minutes on his clock. He's about to make a move, yes. And he made that king h8. Yes. What do you say on this game? Do we reach move 40?
we have move 20. No, I don't think so.
No, yeah.
Not safely.
Not safely.
Yeah, no, Abdusattorov has huge, it's a winning, yeah. Everybody knows, like they know for sure. It's Parham has to look for the last chances, but I'm sure he already knows that d6 was actually blunder.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna actually keep this game on because they will play very fast. Next moves, Parham has not enough time. We're going to take a short technical break and we'll be back in a second. The game has been progressed the way we has expected before, and they have played few more moves very fast. We have king on b2 already hitting the rook, and also queen is hanging on d5. tough decision for Parham to make to save those 2 pieces. Perhaps he has to take the knight on d3, give up the exchange, and to go to the end game. But White has actually a very nice position. Pawn on e6 is hanging, and also Black's king is a bit misplaced there on the back rank. Maybe this is the most practical choice for Parham to play.
Yeah, probably, yes. Because on this game, it's not that immediate win for White. He can still go and defend his pawn with e5. h6 pawn is dropping. That makes the room for his king to get out.
F2 pawn is also hanging.
F2 pawn is also hanging. So here White has to make a choice. Although his aggressive choice that I'm considering is maybe go for f4. You know, if rook h6, go taking. Yeah. Oh. And if rook h3, go take again. Yeah. You're going here, d7. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you're right now rook e8 is checkmate considering safe. So maybe rook e7 move, then d7, then check, queen. But I mean, here his rook is not on d1 yet, so you don't even need rook.
And Abdusattorov showing his best with white pieces. We have another example today. He's so dangerous player with white pieces. You don't want to play with him against him with black pieces. Parham down to 1 minute on the clock. Not an easy decision. Move 31 at this point. He also has no time on the clock, but yeah, now he has to give up the material and queen to d3 or rook to d3. Oh wait, what happens after rook d3? Queen, rook d5?
Yes, rook d5 and rook d2. He's
similar position.
Similar, he's getting up an exchange, yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe that's even worse because then d6 and f6 are hanging.
Yes, and f2 is protected.
Yeah.
Okay, he's down on his last seconds.
And oh wow, the game between Sindarov and Aravindh went wild, and in fact, actually, Sindarov is winning in that position.
Sure.
We can take a look.
We can take. Well, let's see if Parham makes the move. Okay, he made the move. Queen takes d3, queen c3. Okay, we are in that variation, and we can expect pretty much queen trades and going into that endgame where Abdusattorov has a huge advantage. But let's jump into Jawahir Sindarov's game against Aravindh. So bishop g5 was played on the game. Bishop takes king to d2, mentioning it as a mistake. King h6, the wrong move. Okay, and we have seen queen b6, exchange of the queens, and queen exchange left d6 pawn unsupported, but there was a rook f6. But after rook f1, now you cannot simply guard d6 anymore.
Oh wow. And if rook f8,
if rook f8, you get rook d6 because there is 2 pins on the board.
Wow, the things went so bad for Aravindh, and at some point he had to give up the piece. Let's see what is the final position, maybe, because we don't have a handshake already.
Oh, we have a handshake already. Yeah, after g4, rook d8, king takes, and bishop to b5, he got even the piece. And after bishop d7, g2, bishop e8 check. Wow. Look, his idea was to keep his pawn pushing and at least to get back.
But I have bishop g4.
But yes.
Bishop g4, king g4.
No, there is even the better one is you have that just bishop e8 check, after which you're planning if king g4 just take, and if queen you skewering. Yeah. Or if king h4 is the same scenario, you are intending to take. If queen, you're check, and then going and winning, getting that queen.
Wow, what a beautiful end. This is actually a study-like end that you can rewatch again and again.
So
Aravindh seems a little bit upset. He played an amazing game. We have to point it out. He did everything. He made so many complications on the board for Sindarov. We can see him being very upset, as I really feel bad for him because it was just one inaccuracy in the game. The rest of the moves that he played was just brilliant. How he managed to keep game very interesting, and then it takes only one move to blunder, and there is no comeback for him. We can see him being at the board. This is a bit sad
Yes.
video that we are watching.
He played so
He played very
brilliantly
good.
in dynamic game, you know.
Played very good today.
He played very nicely. He got out of opening very counter-attacking chances, leaving h6 pawn in danger, but going that pawn b5 moves.
Yeah, any move starting from the opening was so interesting. We were enjoying to see his game, and the moment we thought that the game is already towards to the end and it would be equal, there was a bit of inaccuracy. Do you think? Oh, it was not a time issue as well. He had some time, and that was the move queen trade, right?
Yeah, let me see exactly how much time did he think. Okay, he thought less than a minute.
Oh my God, my heart. I cannot see this video. It is so heartbreaking for me. We have seen brilliant moves by him today. And then queen to b6 is, yeah.
His king ended up being on the pin as well. So
yeah, so king h, I think it started from king h6.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah. But his smart choice was not that obvious moves. He just wanted to guard his g5 pawn in a more stable way.
Yeah, I didn't see actually White had some ideas like that because the position looked so peaceful.
Yes, but you see that at the moment we are looking at king d2 as a mistake. Do you know why it's a mistake?
There was a better move before, or?
Yeah, probably there was other better moves, but the thing is why king on d2 is a mistake, you know? I'm looking at the king and I'm looking at this placement as well.
Why this?
It's like when you come with queen g5 on time, you have a check, you have a forced way. And there was maybe g4 push was a smart move to make by Aravindh, because if bishop g4, queen is joining into the game, queen to g5. But it turns out, according to the engine, the smartest move was king h8. Wow. I was more focused on queen g5 check and maybe queen e3 check, maybe getting into, but king to h8. But okay, the point of being is it's still kind of getting into the game with queen g5 next move, or rook f2, it turns out even. But yeah, my point was just get to the queen to on g5. That g4 move opens up the space for the queen. But it turns out, yeah, it was not an easy move to find that brilliancy for Aravindh. Yeah.
Yeah,
but at most,
I was just wondering if g4 is a bit crazy. But
yeah.
was there any move
just
after?
bishop e8 looks to me nice, you know, just offer a trade. You're still the pawn is still guarded, and if rook f7, just bishop takes f7, the game looks relatively level, relatively equal. G5 pawn being still kind of a bit liability, but black has counterplay as well. The white's king is not feeling totally safe as well. Yeah, still double-edged.
Yeah, this video that we have on the screen just breaks my heart. It's so sad to see this moment. He needs some time to realize what has happened, and he needs his own time. Obviously, right now he's just looking all these variations in his mind. Yeah. Where was the mistake? How he could play better? There are two types of players. One who gets out of the storm still playing venue, and then we have people like Aravindh who just needs to digest what has happened. But once again, we have to credit him with a brilliant game today. He played really nicely, and he just made a small inaccuracy in the position that many would think that there is no problems, and it turned out to be quite fatal. And also the final position was so nice. Yeah, also like it was such a nice end. What we have here with this pawn push
and bishop b5, and then just taking confidently, because after g2 you are on time after bishop e8 check. Although he tried with rook to g6 and he's intending to queen, take king to h6, and we have seen the final brilliant move by Sindarov Jawahir, which resulted in converting the game, and that was bishop to f7. You're intending to go.
You're supporting G8 square.
Yeah, G8
this is
square.
a study. This is a study actually that happened in the game. Beautifully done by both players. We actually have the result. Nodirbek Abdusattorov also converted his victory, and the game has just ended.
So let's have a look. After take, we have seen knight to d5 check and pawn to e5. So they played pretty much a lot. Rook to g7, then rook to c1, and king to e3, and then just after bishop e6, white is
Checkmating
just
in one
checkmating
move, yeah.
in one move.
Yeah, we also had another incredible game by Abdusattorov. He started nicely, a slight inaccuracy from Parham at the beginning, and Abdusattorov never let the advantage go. He grew the advantage, and then, you know, when you have so much pressure, at some point you just blunder something.
Yeah, it's really hard to defend, you know.
Yeah, we have another heartbroken moment now. Parham is standing there on the camera. Guys, what's wrong? Come on, we're sensitive people here. Look at this. Parham also, he's an amazing chess player. So far had a really good tournament. This is the first loss for him in the round 7. He was enjoying every game that he played. Yeah, this game, this is the loss that he will probably just analyze a lot and figure it out. We wish both Aravindh and Parham a good recovery today to come back for last rounds, which is very important. And we do have a sole leader now, which is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, as he won important game against Parham, and also Arjun has ended that game in a draw. One last game remaining in progress. This is Vokhidov against Yakubov, and this game might continue a little bit longer.
Yes. And just a quick recap of what happened. White did manage to get that pawn, and after rook d7, Yakubov managed to place his knight on e5 successfully, and pawn f6 was played. So we have seen queen to a7 check, king g3, and yeah, on this game Yakubov tries to survive, but there is still b pawn being on the board. That is kind of confusing. And yeah, you gotta be safe on your king as well, because
I couldn't take the pawn now.
you can, but you gotta be really safe on your king. And there is that rook c2 move, or first even king to f7 check, maybe. It's threatening your king. Your king is a bit in a struggle.
Yeah, rook d2. This is, I think, another study type of position that we have. King maybe f7 to open up the h file, yeah. If king goes on f2, then knight d3 wins the queen.
Yes, you're immediately losing.
Yes. So if king goes on f4, the same thing happens. We have king. Oh,
there is rook g4 check
first, yeah.
Yes. And if king to e3, knight c4 check. If king to f5, we just have back and forth. So you gotta be really, really careful here with white.
If king goes on h2?
Yeah, that would be the most ideal square. So, but there's still rook h8 check. You're gonna go down. There is still rook c1 check.
King f2.
King f2. Rook to e4. I mean c4. Maybe playing after e4. But still theoretical. Maybe we went somewhere wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure.
So actually, white sensed that this danger. Probably there is some deeper calculation there, and he didn't took the pawn on b4.
But yeah, there was king f7 check as well, going after g2 like immediately. And after king here, yeah, rook g4 check first, king to e3, maybe not, but you gotta be careful. There's queen b7 and you're losing the rook. Maybe, yeah, in between move of rook b8 was necessary.
Let's check what is now on the board. King to f2, getting away from the check, and now you want to take the pawn on b4. Next move, if black is not making some threats. Yeah, very interesting situation actually.
Yeah, Nodirbek Yakubov trying to
Now
survive.
he's in a situation that he has to defend.
Yes.
Yesterday he was on the other side of the
He
board.
was on the other
Yeah.
side.
Let's check out the game of the challengers. We do have 3 games down on the first board. Andrei Hong actually lost the game against Muhyiddin
Madaminov.
Vadaminov.
Yeah. And whoa, what do I see here? Why so
Many
many?
extra pieces.
Yes. Why so many extra pieces? Oh, wow. Andrew just kept going. Oh, he didn't resign, he just kept going. Wow.
For a long time.
Yeah, no, not here. I would say around here was the end. I would say, yeah. So he just kept going.
Sometimes it's so difficult to resign. You just play.
Yeah. And yeah, let's have a look how the game unfolded. Okay, castle, and then we spent here, and Muhyiddin Madaminov slowly developed. He had 30-minute time advantage whole time, and he took queen to b7. So he went to the endgame with extra pawn. And okay, he made, actually it turns out Andrew Hong had quite nice chances to survive, but unfortunately his time on his clock was really, really low. It was below a minute at this moment. So he was playing on his last seconds. At this moment, he just played really quickly, but it looked like he was managing, but still playing on the last second is so dangerous. And here he missed actually opponent's pinning idea, after which he ended up losing a piece.
Yeah. Which is obviously not good for him. He was very close to catch up the leader. And now it is Muhyiddin Madaminov who is very close to the leader. 2 games still in progress. We have to check out how Vasily Ivanchuk is doing because they have 1 minute on the clock.
Oh, yeah. He's still in a full concentration. Yeah, I mean, today, earlier on, I said we're gonna count how many times we're gonna see him.
And he sat down after that. I have not seen him walking, actually. It's always happening like that. We say something and it happens the opposite.
It happens the opposite, yeah. But right now they are in a time trouble with less than 2 minutes left on their clock, each side.
And in another game which we have in progress in the challengers, we have here the game in quite a tense situation when black has pair of bishop and 2 pawns as well. So materially talking, black has
Huge advantage.
8 pawns and white has 5 pawns. So how, this is always very interesting. When you started to play chess, what they told you how much pawns are the queen?
9 points?
9?
Yes. Why?
I felt like a dinosaur because when I started to play chess, they told me it's 10 pawns.
10 points? Okay, how about bishop? Did they tell you it's 3 points or 3.5?
3.
3, yes. Yeah, we call it 3, but on open games, I call it like, you can count it as 3.5.
But we have to be fair with the knight as well. Then
Yes, in closed games,
knights,
yes.
cost 5.
But I would put the odds like to 90 to 10, 90% of the time it's bishop is advantage, just 10% of the cases it's not.
And the rook 5 pawns or 4? 5.
Yeah, 5? Why
know,
4 is even a question,
I don't know. People are strange.
Well, who told you that queen was 10 points? And when did you shift to that queen is 9 points?
Carlsen.
Carlsen?
Yeah.
So he told you queen is 10 points?
Yeah. It's a recent information. Yeah, at Norwegians, which was like basically 2-3 weeks before this event, I had an interview with Carlsen, and we ended up with the breaking news. He said the queen is equal to 10 pawns. And I was like, I knew it. I was so happy to hear that, because honestly, when I started to play chess, my coach told me it's 10 pawns. And then everyone was saying it's 9 pawns, and I always had believed that it was 10 pawns.
How I kind of teach, let's say, it's like, let's say, initially you're teaching the elementary students, you say that the rook moves kind of as a kind of plus, bishop moves diagonal as X, and the queen is the combination of that rook and a bishop.
Yeah.
And because the queen has ability to do both at the same time, it gets that 8 points. But being that, queen, he gets 1 extra point, and that's a 9 points you put for the queen. It's like, that's where extra point comes, because that's combining ability,
Yeah, it's a fair point.
But getting to the 10, I don't know what that explanation would be.
We'll see how the future proves us. But when Carsten said that, I was like, I knew it. That was the true information. But okay, this is just a joke, guys. Queen equals to 9 pawns, and unless you're Magnus Carlsen, you can say whatever it's you want to say. So we do have these few games in progress. Basically, we do have 3 games in progress. We have Vachier-Lagrave. I think we can just focus on the game of Ivanchuk against Ma Qun.
Yeah, we are on that game, and Ivanchuk against Ma Qun. So last move, computer is mentioning as a mistake. This is mainly because he's dropping a pawn on e5. Yeah. So, and...
Oh, he's taking the pawn. Oh, rook g7.
Okay. Oh. Well, going aggressive and all in.
Wow, look at that. What is his point here? If knight takes on g7, queen takes g7.
And then maybe pawn to f6 and queen g8 and checkmate. Okay, let me show it on the board. Check, you go here, you want to go f6, you want to open up your bishop, and then go for checkmate on the background.
Oh, I call it brilliancy. I don't know why the computer gave a question mark. There's a move that's holds the position. What is that?
Yes, you want to kind of block its way, and that's queen to d6. Yeah.
And black has to accept this sacrifice. Obviously, you can just play the game without the pawn. Queen g7 is on the board. I love to see Ivanchuk being so happy with his position. Look at him. Look at him. And very often he just jumps also on the chair.
King to e8 we are likely to see, because that's the only move.
E7? No, king e7 actually meets f6 with a check.
Yes. And besides, it turns out king e7, there is, if f6, I guess there is rook f6. So for that reason, and then you're hitting the knight, all the
dropping. So what's the winning move? Knight e5?
Knight g5, You're hitting on f7, and now, you either drop, and somebody kicked the camera. And it moved slightly to the right.
Yeah, we need the kickback. So we're gonna get fix that camera. Obviously, we want to see Ivanchuk. This is the best game actually. He just sacrificed the exchange. He's in 30 seconds, and we need to have him back. Position is very interesting. After king e8, he takes the knight on e5.
Oh, knight e5, just pawn as well. The next move, he's not rushing even to play f6. He's saying that I have f6 anytime, my knight is safe, So in the meantime, maybe he just gets his knight back to f3. Just he's playing comfortable. He's feeling like his opponent doesn't have a move. How he's going to figure out the move,
Yeah, another very interesting point here is that time control is different compared to the masters. In the challengers, we do have no 30 minutes after 40 moves. So Ivanchuk will not get any extra time. He has to play now on the increment.
Okay, we see Ma Qun playing the move, and he went queen to e7.
Chucky not so happy with, like, he's so confused. It's a blunder. Is it queen to g8? Queen h6?
I mean, it looks logical. It looks logical.
It blocks the king. It blocks the king.
Yeah. That looks totally logical.
Yeah, because queen g8, you take it, queen f8.
You want to get your queen to f6. You want to neutralize white's attack. You want to go for the trade.
Can we have a full screen of Ivanchuk? We don't want to miss him. He's a legend. We want to see, our viewers are also keen to see him. He's calculating the moves. 13 seconds, and he has to make a
He
move.
just makes a knight move just back. And this is a strong move on the board. If queen goes to f6, of course you wouldn't trade the queen, but you go to queen to g3, getting to from b8 square. From the other way around. Yeah. But besides that, there is another way of trading queens, that's pushing this pawn to f6. But again, it's the same situation. You, as a white, attacking pieces, you keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, e5 is a very strong threat in this position. So maybe black has to stop that happening. Powerful sacrifice of exchange and of Ivanchuk. Also, Ma Qun down to 30 seconds. They both have the time pressure. And he goes with f6. Ivanchuk plays queen to g3 right away.
Immediately, yeah. So Ivanchuk is rapid world champion as well in 2021, yeah? And which means in this kind of low time control, he can still manage very well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a iconic chess player, and playing chess even at this age, in the tournaments like this, is that requires extra power.
So we have seen king to d7, yeah, guarding b8 square with his rook, and he immediately pushes and strikes e5. Although it was mentioned mistake by a computer, we can see.
We don't care about it.
Yeah, we don't
He's
care.
opening up the bishop. Knight is coming with a check.
Wow, king t6. White made the really key move. Black made the key move to stop white's any threats. King is just getting away from king side
all the troubles
to the queen side, yeah.
You can take an f6 and get this knight on g5 or knight to e5 with a check. This is one way, but in that case you give up the control over h4 pawn.
So one way to play with white is actually to have connected passed pawns. That h pawn feels separated, but if we play queen to f4 and rook to g6, if you trade, my pawns are connected together f and g, on g6. Yeah.
I like queen f4. Also goes for queen e4 check if you need that move. Also opens up the rook on the g file.
Yes.
He's going e6.
Just e6.
A very safe move, e6. A question mark appears on the board. Well, here white's king is also in danger. So
he's on the back.
We might have some lines where black is sacrificed in exchange back and having the back rank advantage. Queen c7, offering a queen trade. Yes.
It's a bit unclear to me how white progresses here.
The problem here for white is the black might sacrifice the exchange on h4 and go after the bishop on b1.
But what do you think would be progress for white?
Perhaps to take the queen. Oh, Ivanchuk actually keeps the queen.
Yeah, no, he has to keep. He feels like he's the one he's attacking. And I think maybe you have to go from back and then get to the
maybe that's the reason not to attack, but to keep the defender on h4 pawn. Because if you trade the queens, then you don't have sources to stop rook h4. King b6.
Ma Qun is playing very accurately in the end game so far. I mean, towards the end of the game, not in the end game, yeah.
Maybe king c1 here to get away from the macing net.
But you're wasting a move, you know.
Oh, queen e4 is a very strong move.
You should play very carefully with white as well. Yeah, black is ready to counterattack. His king
In
is...
fact, king b6 stops queen a5. So now we can play queen f4, and that's a serious threat.
Queen f4 is upcoming, and that's really dangerous. And yeah, white is going for the knight, for the pawn, more or less for the king. Yeah, at the end.
Right, Ivanchuk, 17 seconds. He has to make a move, and he goes
Knight
to
takes
d4.
He wants to get to queen b4, you know, and then take that a4, take that b3. That's his idea. And otherwise he's going after he's attacking that. He's going in with queen b4. Yeah, we have someone blocking the camera a little bit.
Wow, knight to b4 is a very interesting decision. What happens if he takes d4? Can we see that line?
Okay, let's have a look at that line. Takes, check, goes here, that's check again, goes down, and I
take another pawn.
Take another pawn.
Wait, it was a checkmate, no? No,
there is
I thought the bishop is on
g2.
No. I'm seeing
Okay, what do we see?
Check on the board, yeah.
Yes, we saw takes, queen here. Good, Ivanchuk is doing so far well. He's fighting with
He's doing amazing.
chances. But now, we have to take into consideration he's down a rook, you know.
He's down a full rook, yeah?
Down a full rook.
Queen a4 check. But his pawns are so powerful, so powerful. And earlier we were talking about the evaluation of the pieces, right?
Yes. Wow.
Queen b4 check. I'm surprised that he didn't took the pawn on b3.
I mean, he's considering some tactical ideas. If king to c8, we go back to here, you know, then go here, check, check. If king to d8, that's a mate.
But you can't do it with the full stomach if you take the pawn on b3.
No, if pawn to b3, queen to b7 almost immediately, you know.
Ah, that stops. Okay, that's
yes, you don't have any checks. Now you have to react, and if you move the queen away, he's going with rook h4 fast. And
okay, that makes sense.
So queen b4, king to c8. Oh, no, that queen c8 didn't happen.
So if queen b7, now you have this queen d6 check.
Yes.
And then you take the pawn on d4.
You still have a check, yes. Still have a forced move. And, well, besides that, there is, besides takes, maybe some kind of e7, you can progress.
Yeah, that's a very nice idea to have the pawn there on the 7th rank.
Yes. So, yeah, Ma Qun is still thinking.
This is an amazing game to observe. Down to 30 seconds, 27.
I guess here all three results is possible. White can even win the game. Yes. Even draw can happen, some perpetuals, or the black can. Oh, king moving to c8. I'm mentioning a mistake, but totally makes sense. This move logical, and I would say even the first consideration that you make with white, with black. Yeah.
Ivanchuk thinking. I don't know, like, is it queen b3, is it queen a4, is it e7? He has some choices, but he is missing the rook. He has sacrificed exchange first, then he sacrificed the knight. And he is playing bishop to g2. Yeah, this bishop wasn't doing too much on the h3. We do have two question marks.
Two question marks, but it feels to me still kind of decent move.
It forces the exchange of queens, so you can take on g2, rook g2, and queen b7.
Yes.
That's the problem. And is he going to take it? Because you can also take on h4. 17
But
seconds.
if your bishop is safe on g2, you can go that queen a4 and this in a forced way. But knight to
Knight
g2
takes g2,
immediately.
rook takes g2.
Rook takes g2. Still 4 pawns for a rook. Yeah, but yeah, there is queen to b7 happening next move. But I guess white can still avoid queen trade with queen c5 check. If queen b7, queen goes to c5 check. Yeah, queen goes to d6 check if you go king b8, and then yeah, you gotta save that rook. You're wasting a little bit of move here, and white has a problem on the back rank as well.
7 seconds.
Okay,
Queen c5 on the board, king b8 on the board.
Yeah, he's gonna save his rook, or queen d6 check first, maybe. If there was no pawn a3, what do you think? Would that be a draw?
If not, pawn a3?
Yeah, but I guess he's still...
Draw?
No. I mean, there would be some queen back check, but but he still has that e pawn, you know, that's still dangerous.
Yeah, this
That's
is the
his-
hope here for white.
that's his-
And this b3 pawn creates so much danger to white's king. It just locks the king in the mating net.
Yeah. So rook captures on h4, and Ivanchuk makes rook c1 immediately and hits the clock. But isn't there just rook goes to h1?
There's a rook h1, and we will see that move happening. I'm surprised of rook c1 move, actually.
And he did that immediately in a second, you know?
Yeah, because, okay, it makes sense also, because now he can take the pawn on d4. That was his idea, to capture the pawn on d4. Maybe queen d6 first check.
Queen capturing, d4. If rook c1, king c1, rook h1, king d2. His king is out and going to king to
Then
c3.
no, it's a checkmate.
Oh, wait,
rook
is it?
h2, rook c2 checkmate.
Oh wait, yeah, he's not going to c3. Then where he's heading? He's heading to e3. If rook h3, king f2. Wait a sec.
Rook king d2,
If rook h, but there is queen g2 check.
king c3 now.
Oh, now queen to b, king
yeah.
heading to b4.
That's a dream scenario. Ivanchuk wants all the black pieces to be towards the king, no checkmate, and then to make the checks. Wow, what a tense game.
Yeah, and from d4 he's hitting on f6 pawn as well. So on the line of rook c1, king c1, queen h1, he wants to go king d2, and if
King
rook
c3 and
rook h2, king c3, and king to b4. So what
6
is happening?
seconds, 7.
He's taking.
Taking.
Rook takes. King takes.
Ay,
Rook to h1.
what's happening?
King d2, I guess, immediate move. There isn't much.
Yeah, Ivanchuk is another person who shows a lot of emotions while he's playing.
Okay, white is playing its queen. No, maybe not.
Queen a7, maybe queen trade. Offer the queen trade.
The e7 pawn, e6 pawn being so close, I'm considering queen d8 check, you know, if queen a7. He should protect against queen. What do you mean?
Queen a7.
Pinning one.
I have a different position. Rook h2, king e3 is on the board.
I see.
Queen a7 is the pin.
Yeah, queen a7, maybe. So yeah, check. King goes to e3. King a7, probably c5.
Yeah.
I'm gonna block that. Because if takes e7, rook is coming down to h8 if he's on time. I mean, if f pawns were not there, white would have even better chances. Okay, Ma Qun is thinking.
And we have how many pawns for rook? 4 pawns for the rook.
Yes, 4 pawns for the rook.
We had this conversation just on time that rook equals to 5 pawns. 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4,
Whoa,
3,
whoa, whoa.
2, and he made the move on 2 seconds, and this is queen to c7. Queen g3 is a threat to win the queen. Ivanchuk has good 3 minutes. 3 minutes on the 40 seconds. He has to think. He has to think
Where
now.
to place the king and a queen? Maybe queen f6. Yeah, he's going for it. He's getting the last pawn. Just make sure you don't get mated or that b3 pawn is too dangerous.
Oi, oi, oi. And what's the line? Queen g3. Can we show this line? Because it might just end
Yeah, it
the
could be.
game. Queen g3, king e4, rook h4.
No, it turns out first queen d6, check, placing the queen on d6 so that if it goes back, you can place rook on h3. It is not rook h4, but it's going queen d6 back and then
No, queen g3 is on the board.
Yes, on the board. After king d4, it is queen going back to d6 check. Not rook h4 check, you know. Rook h4, white is penetrating with further king c5.
King e4 and rook h4. This was...
If king d4, it is queen d6, so that stops white's any penetration. White has to go back with either king c3 or e3, after which either rook c2 check or rook h3 check is coming. I mean, we can make it on the board. Check. And yeah, if you go king a2, it's immediate checkmate.
Oh boy, king d4 is on the board, and we have...
d4, this is check,
king
and if b4...
queen d6.
Yeah. Queen d6, yeah. Yeah.
I'm surprised that he didn't... Ivanchuk took the queen f6 right away.
It wasn't easy for him to make any decision. You know, queen g3 check is coming, and how do you stop queen g3 check?
No. Of course, it's lost position, but he has 3 minutes on the clock, and he made the move which loses into a game. 2 moves, and rook to c2 is on the board.
Takes.
Queen d3 now. King goes on e4.
Yeah, rook c4 or queen takes c4, queen a6. But yeah, it's not leading towards a lot. But I mean, rook c4 and rook queen check. Queen d1 check, queen d5 check. Then rook c7, going a7. I mean, he's stopping those f and e pawn. It's not progressive as well. King is pretty much in a mating net. Yeah.
And also, they think that this is the 30 seconds increment gives much more advantage to black here because he can make several more checks and then have a lot of time on the clock. Like, for instance, Ivanchuk played so fast, he has 4 minutes right now. Very interesting, very interesting. He made a few brilliant moves in this game, rook to g7 sacrifice, but there was not enough still.
It felt like he was actually converting that game when he took that queen g7, yeah.
Ma Qun still has to make some accurate moves, but it's not very difficult for him to figure it out. 30 seconds on the clock. He takes with the rook on c4, gives a check. We might see b4 now, the covering the check. And there is few ways to proceed this position: queen to d1 or queen to c2 check. Queen d1 is on the board.
Okay, he's going to queen to d5 next move, and on d5 he covers b3 square, he covers 5th rank, and after which he has freedom to move with his rook to any c6 or c7 square. and then get his king up comfortably and then make a checkmate on b5.
And he's going king
to
e5,
a5, queen d5 check.
king a4 back.
Yeah. Rook just going back to cover up the king and making a room for king progress. And after which, once reaches king on the 6th rank, king b6 or a6, it's pretty much queen to d1 checkmate is coming. Or if pawn b5, you make a room, it's just queen takes b5 checkmate. Yeah.
Ma Qun thinking in this position. He goes with a queen c6 check.
Mm-hmm. One more
After
time.
king to b3, there will be no check. So we might expect this move being played by Ivanchuk.
Earlier on, it looked like he was pushing the win after rook g7 sacrifice.
Of course,
And
yeah.
what was his mistake? How king could be stalled? Queen g3 was even the right thing to do earlier on.
Yeah, I think his biggest rival in this game was the time, no time on the clock.
So he went for king a5 because if queen d5, that's a repetition. Black has to use his rook effectively. So what we do, we see rook moving to e4, guarding the pawn from any further advancement. And he is trying to trade the queen as well. Maybe if queen f8, king goes to b7, if queen f7, queen c7, and trade that. Will that be a win?
Show it on the board.
But will that be a win? Is there a win? There would be rook to e5, and then that wins the pawn.
Because no one can understand the line.
Check here, 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 and then he's intending to go rook e5, hitting on f5. If you push f6 pawn now, you're dropping e6, and those two pawns you can guard with a king. So Ma Qun is going for a practical way of winning the game. He's not intending for a quick checkmate. Yeah. Yeah, with rook e4. Check it, just moving away. And queen to rook e5 is just checkmate. So here you're stopping, but not for long. I guess Ivanchuk still makes a couple of moves on the board before he resigns. Yeah, he's going for queen f8, but we would see a queen trade then. King to b7, if queen goes to f7, there is queen c7. Otherwise, it's just queen a6 checkmate. If queen f6, I just suddenly put. Okay, do we see a queen 7 move? Because queen f7 is on the board. Yeah, he's touching his queen. And he went for queen to c7, trading the rook, and then after rook e5, pawns are unstable. So yeah, Ivanchuk gonna lose those pawns. Although it's 4 pawns for a rook, they are apart.
They're not connected,
yes.
And also the king is a bit separated, so there's probably not a chance.
Yeah, we can see maybe resignation in 2 moves, maybe at most. or even right now. He's realizing that Ivanchuk is realizing there is nothing much left on the game, or he might actually give it a try to move the king away to b5. But after queen f7, e takes f7. Okay, let me show it. Takes, rook b5 check, and take. It's stopping both pawns. If rook e5 check didn't exist, white would be actually even winning because e8 is covered, f5 is also covered. But because rook e5 check exists, it is losing for white. He would maybe give it a try of king b5 for a second. But he is slowly realizing that the game is kind of ending. There is not much to do for him.
Well, there's this last trap here, or trick, with if king goes back on a4, if black takes the queen on f7, pawn takes f7,
yes.
and you can't really stop.
That might be
one way to treat this position, but after king to a4, you would probably move the rook away, right? Rook to f4.
And it looks quite...
e7.
Okay, what?
Oh, he
now
takes the
just
queen.
captures. Okay.
And
Takes
plays
goes
king
for
to a6.
Okay, I guess king that pawn would not be on time. That's why it's like he is.
But the thing is that
push.
after rook e5, you just pick one pawn and then another b5,
Yes.
let's say.
b5. I mean, his intention is to go to king to a7,
Yeah.
but he wouldn't
Takes
be
the
on
pawn.
time. If b6, king to b8.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
a4.
a4.
And now king b8, I think, just stops all the
Yes.
ideas.
And besides that, even just you can go to rook f6 because after take you're guarding this square, but why to take a risk? Because after take there is still these pawns are dangerous. Yeah. So what do we see? The king
e5.
Just going to e5. But Ivanchuk could try out that trick until king b8 move. So pushing his pawns, a4, b5.
Yeah. These kind of positions are more crazy when you have blitz game on the board with 2 seconds increment only, but with classical chess time control, basically decide who has rook, not have much of the advantage.
Yeah, you can make moves a lot more accurately. In classical time control, you have enough time to consider the moves.
a4 is on the board, which gives us the pawn on f5. We might see also king to... Oh, king a7, actually there is rook to f4.
But b5. b5 would be natural immediate move. I guess he has to still try that b5 move, you know. Because, okay, king a7, whoa.
No, after b5, rook b8 actually kills all the white's ideas.
And then right now rook f4.
Yeah, rook f4.
Or rook f4. Yeah, pawn is not pushing on time. Rook f4. Okay. Okay, 4 e7.
You can play rook f4 e7, rook e4. Actually, make it on the board because they don't see what we say. a5, e7, rook to
e4,
a5, and after taking
b5.
And what's the idea how black is converting?
I mean, maybe check and then go back, or check and make his king out and then
I was thinking of king d6 check.
king d6.
Yes.
Really? Wouldn't you be out from the pawns? King b8.
Shall we make it on the board so we can see clearly?
King b8.
King c5.
Oops. b8, king c5, b6, king goes to
King goes to c6. I think.
c6. Yeah. Now not much to do. And if a6,
It's a checkmate.
take.
Take and checkmate.
Take and checkmate. But I guess for the moment, king e8, he can still wait. But yeah, he's just going after those pawns. King, yeah, it's a practical way. Okay, so which move do we have on the board? That is rook just goes e5, taking on e6 pawn.
Yeah, he knows that this is actually winning.
Still, I would consider b5 and a5.
No,
Still
c5,
go b5, rook e6,
a5.
a5, yeah. Because now you have to be very careful because I'm intending to push this pawn straight forward with white. And the only accurate move that wins the game for black at this moment is rook e7 move, so that when b6,
Difficult actually.
yeah, the point is being when b6 you want to move the king out.
Let's see any other move why it's on draw.
If you go king c8, you would let b6 happen. If you go rook e7 check, king goes to a8. Now a6 is very close. And if you go rook here, a6, if you take a7, that's a stalemate. Yeah.
Wow, that's a nice way. Oof, rookie. This is actually Black put himself in a tough situation, and he has 1 minute on the clock. Rook e7 is still the winner of the game, but that's the only move to be played.
Yeah, but the thing is with rook e7, white is also threatening to do if king c6, king a6, he wants to get to b7, rook takes b7 trap. That's a stalemate as well. So he has to play very carefully. And his idea would be stopping this pawn from the other way around. That would be his idea, but we still have b7.
Okay, so black has to make few accurate moves.
Yes.
And
now he's
47
winning.
seconds, 40 seconds on the clock.
So he has to find a way to go after b pawn from the other direction. That would be his way of winning.
He might play king c8 here. Oh, wow. 40 seconds, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
King c8! Whoa!
C8.
It's just forward b6. It's a whoa!
Okay.
Ivanchuk.
Ivanchuk, look at his face. He knows it's a wrong move.
He knows he's surviving. He's just pushing pawn forward. b6.
I'm sure he knew rook e7 was a draw. Was a victory for him.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Oh, yeah, confused, counting, looking around. Yeah, so he knows he's managing, he's surviving, he plays b6.
B6 is on the board.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he knows
Rook
it.
goes to e7 and
Rookie.
king moves to a8.
Oh my god, look at him. There's nothing better than to see Ivanchuk knowing what's happening in the board. What a save, and Ma Qun knows it's a draw. Bit an accuracy, oh my goodness.
Couple of moves earlier, Ma Qun traded the queens, knowing that he would manage winning.
Vasily, he's so happy. He has the smile.
Yeah, he knows he managed. Yeah.
He's just smiling.
Okay, rook goes to
And he
b7.
appreciates the beauty of chess. A6,
Six.
not even thinking at all. He knows it by heart. He's a legend of chess.
Takes and
A7 just
draws the game.
self-mates himself. Look at him. He's so happy. Oh my
He
goodness.
managed it. Yeah, he's
It's a
taking
deep
the
breath.
breath. He's like,
Oh
done,
goodness. Look at him. He's so happy.
Yeah, any move is
He's
kind of
smiling, of
straight
course.
and, yeah.
Oh, this is a pure happiness.
Rook b7 and that's a
Stops the
draw.
clock.
Yeah.
And handshake. You know what? Ma Qun did a great job. Obviously, he played against a legend and he did several best moves.
Yes, he successfully defended his king on the other side of
also,
court.
Ivanchuk deserves credit for the game, and this is such a nice result for both of
sides.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one is that much of heartbreaking because Ma Qun had winning position, but to be honest, he saved the game as well. Like
Yes,
he has-
earlier on he was under huge storm even. He shifted his king on the other side to safety.
Wow, Ivanchuk, being the legend of chess, he does the magic and miracles, saves this game. Where, yeah, he tried his best. He tried everything. He didn't give up. A lot of players would just give up, but not him. And we had a precious moment. Well, he was so happy and smiling. He left the board without even adjusting the pieces because there is more in progress. I think he's just talking now with another player. We do have this game in Masters, and you can't believe what things happened here.
Where is the rook?
Versus rook. Knight and the rook has been traded. We're going to be covering this, but honestly, we had so much happening in the other game.
Yeah.
Just decided to stay there because this game might continue longer. We need to check out what has happened in this game, obviously.
So let's have a look. And yeah, you're telling me that trade happened. Oh, I see.
All right.
So it did happen quite, yeah. So we stopped at this moment. Check forward. So we have seen this moment and queen going to b3. And he deciding to take that knight. How much time he had? What move? What was it? It was move 48. So he still had quite time to consider and when to take that. Ideally, he took that at this moment after queen b4. He still has queen and 2 pawns against 2 rooks. But is that enough for converting the game with victory? Rooks are separated, and in case they are together, he's intending to take. And he's intending to take e5 pawn next move, but his g2 and b2 pawn is dropping. But considering queen e5 would protect this pawn, his g2 is dropping. And black would try to manage this game with those 2 rooks against queen and 2 pawns. Considering those 2 pawns are not connected, black has very big chances to actually survive in this game. That was a risky decision, but it's not easy to figure out how you want to progress with white. So the game is continuing.
H7.
Couple of checks.
For black,
have been done.
it's very important not to bring the king on the square where the pawn on e5 is captured by the check, obviously. And also after taking on g2, not to drop the rook. So king h7 does a great job.
So which means considering black cannot take g2 pawn right now because of queen h3 exists, maybe white has the ability to push pawn to b4. In the meantime, making some progress in the game. So probably white is considering to push pawn b4 because his g2 is safe.
Right, we do have plenty of time in this position. We have seen already the end in the challengers. This is one remaining game that we have in the Masters. We're taking a short break. You guys are going to have this video and also the boards on the screen. You will not miss any of the actions, and we will be back shortly. As you're back here, we do have the last game in the 7th round of UzChess Cup 2025. We do have two local players today fighting for the win and to get as much points as possible. We do have Nodirbek Yakubov again playing another long game, 2 days in a row. In this case, he's the one who has to defend his position, unlike yesterday, but yeah, he is actually the 2 games in a row having quite tough situation. What is the current moment? We do have the pawns off the board from e5 and b2, and white is actually having 2 pawns and queen versus 2 rooks.
So the 2 rooks connected are defending quite nicely against those 2 pawns, but let's see how the trade happened. So g3, rook b1, okay, 2 pawns, 2 rooks went after the pawn on b2, and that's how the trade ended up happening. And from here, there haven't been much progression with pawns. It's mainly queen moving and checking around. And we know once the pawn moves, he wants to cover from here, and then do not let even king to progress further coming to the king. But so let's see, what move do we have? We have e5. Yeah, that king is well defended. There are no checks to that king, and in the meantime, yeah, well, black can do just check, go here, yeah, just go back in, or just stay with rook on here. But of course, white would try to do some trick on the board, maybe king moving to f5, then moving some pawn here, and although the check wouldn't be clear. Okay, how he's
let's make some moves here so we can have some clear picture.
Here, queen moving, maybe to d8. White is trying to push here his pawns.
Rook f7, perhaps.
Rook f7, king maybe penetrates. That's the idea. But back to safety.
The thing is that if white managed to trade the rooks for queen, this is actually the winning. So let's say g4 here, and if black decides to give a check on e7, then white will take this rook, and it's not enough to make a draw.
But as long as his king stays on g7, rook on f7, and the rook goes just back a7 and b7, even this pawn comes at the end, he can give his rook away. Let's say king to, okay, black to move, rook to here, king to d6, rook back to here, e6, but actually after e6 he's running out of the moves. Yeah.
So that actually demonstrates that the game still has some ideas, and Yakubov needs to be very careful. He gives the check on the board, supports the king to go on the 5th rank, but he does have some more ideas to hold the position later on. So now king probably will go to f5. Can also go to g5, doesn't really matter.
Probably f5.
I'm sorry.
Probably f5. And earlier we have seen that line of rook f7 and king penetrating into e6. But here it's not possible, because once you go to king to e6, you're going to receive rook b6 check, after which you don't have a move for your king, where you have to give up your queen. So, but you can still keep your king on g5. It is safe from any checks from the rooks. But even the best idea would be for Nodirbek Yakubov not letting even king to come close. You cannot push your pawn because your queen gets under the pin. So we have the move, that is rook 1 move. King goes to g5 and rook goes to b6. Right now, Nodirbek Yakubov has 3 points out of 6, like 50%. It's exactly like decent score. And Shamsny Vokhidov with 1.5 points out of 6. So far, he had 3 draws. And if you look at the standings, after this round, Nodirbek Abdusattorov leading with 5 points out of 7, followed by 2 players, Arjun Erigaisi and Vachier-Lagrave with 4.5 points. And Maghsoodloo today received a defeat, and now he's on the 4th place with a 4 point.
To b6, cutting the king to get on the 6th rank. If you push your pawn e6, then rook to b5 wins the queen, and that would be the blunder. Actually, that's the very nice way to defend this position. You're stopping now e pawn going forward.
If pawn g4, you're likely to drop the pawn, but you have the way to go back to king h4, and if here, king back to g3. But rook c. If you go back and connect your rook, that would be the chance for white to push pawn, his pawn on e6. And if check, now he has a way to save his king from any further checks. And pawn on e6 looks very dangerous. But after king to g3, that's why if rook e7 and goes after e pawn, that might end up in a draw as well. King f4, rook h e6, and even king to f5 meets check, takes, king to g6. And which would be a draw endgame. So, yeah. Black's plan would be quite simple here. It is just go and take e5 pawn with those 2 rooks. You can comfortably give up those 2 rooks for a queen and a pawn on e5, and your pawn would be close to on g pawn, and that would be a draw. So we have seen queen e4 by Vokhidov Shamsuddin. Rook e7 is quite expected move, and going to rook e6 and taking.
We might have this game dropping down to minutes or so, and then they will start to make.
Okay, rook e7 is on the board.
For Yakubov, it's very important to keep some time advantage on the clock because he's the one who is defending the position. And,
he's heading for a clear draw position actually, with just rook e6 upcoming.
And just taking the pawn, yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Yep, very good decision. Let's see that on the board. After king to f5, do I go rook e6 right away?
Yeah, you have that. So there is only that one check exists, but after which you just go king f8. If back to queen to e4 or here, but you have to be careful here. It's not the right time because your king is far away. This king can put the opposition.
Let's show that.
You can go back.
Yeah, let's show that variation. Why it's not good.
Takes. King goes to g7, and right now you don't push your pawn. You go with king f5. If king h6, now you can push g4 because now if king to g7, you get the opposition.
And this is winning because no matter where the black's king go, you choose the another side. Yeah. We show king g8, king g6 as well, that position.
And yeah, king h8, g5 here. It doesn't matter who is to move on the last rank. It's winning anyway, but usually you want to get the other way around. And here you move your king to h6. King f6 is possible as well. It's just you avoiding any black's trap of stalemate traps. After king h7, king f7 here, g6 would be a trap. That is that would be a stalemate. So with king h6 you're avoiding any traps, but if here you're just moving here and g7 after king f7, king h7, and white is getting to promotion next move. So
black has to give up the rooks for pawn and queen at the right time, and black has to be just careful. In the game we do have rook to e6, queen f5, rook e6,
and
that's actually very interesting because here white can still be super tricky to play queen to f6 check and sacrifice the queen. Let's make it on the board.
Yes, let's make it on the board.
take.
Take would be
You
a
take.
fun take.
And now white king is just at the right square in front of the pawn.
Just push and that's
this
it.
is actually winning position. As we already demonstrated, the pawn endgame is winning. So after queen f6, if we have that board on the board, black has to be cool and ignore and play king to g8.
Yes, just move it away.
That did not really happen. White decided to bring the king back on h4.
Wait a sec, he's dropping a pawn? Wait, what's the idea? Just black takes the pawn? Yeah, black just took the pawn?
Yeah, he wants to keep going, I guess. That's why. Otherwise, any other at the end move takes us to the pawn endgame.
Yes, but here...
You have to be careful, right? Yeah.
No, there isn't much left in the game. I don't understand. Yeah, just go with your rook around anywhere you want. It is just keep those two.
Go on a vacation. That's a draw. What a save by Nodirbek Yakubov. Out of 2 longest games that he played last 2 rounds, he has scored 1.5 point, which shows that he is a fighter and he fights until the end. And in this game, I am quite shocked that he survived the game without a queen on the board for rook and the knight, which is not enough compensation indeed. But yeah, let's summarize the day. We had such a fantastic day, not only in the Masters, but we also saw a lot of nice games in the Challengers, and we had Vasily Ivanchuk playing and smiling in the end game, which actually he managed to save the game. In the Masters, we do have Nodirbek Abdusattorov leading the tournament with 5 points. He had an amazing game where he actually won another game with white pieces. And he has 5 points, and 2 players that are following him with 4.5 points are Arjun Erigaisi and Sindarov Vokhidov, who played the game against Aravindh,
yes.
that it actually ended nicely for Sindarov. And then we have Parham Maghsoodloo with 4 points in the Masters. The day was amazing. If you want to just recall some of the key moments before we say goodbye.
So the key moments of the game. So let's have a look. The first thing is the game between 2 leaders. Abdusattorov against Parham Maghsoodloo. Out of the opening, Abdusattorov got his advantage and he maintained his advantage. And on the final moment, it's really hard to defend, you know, with black when you're especially playing against Abdusattorov. And Parham Maghsoodloo tried to defend more and more, but eventually he broke down in the kind of time travel situation almost. Yeah. They didn't manage to reach move 40, actually. I just looked at it. Parham resigned at move 39. But yeah, his e6 move, stopping that d4, rook takes rook to d4, worked out a little bit, not ideal, which made his d6 and e6 pawn weak.
Yeah, that was a key game of the round indeed, as 2 favorites faced each other. But we also had other incredible games that we enjoyed today. We're going to have last rounds coming up, very important rounds. And still, the picture is not so clear who will be the winner of the second edition of UzChess Cup 2025. We are going to say goodbye now, and we are inviting to join us tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time to have a final rounds in the action. Thank you very much for watching us, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.